Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Hello, good morning, my lovely, lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, looking a little bit intelligent today, I think. That's definitely what I'm channeling. I'm trying to look intelligent today. It is wonderful to have your company. Let's start, though, as we always do, with our early bird. We all just thought we could hear a lion roaring. That's why I was, yes, it wasn't a lion. Well, I'm saying it wasn't a lion. Who knows? Anyway, here is our early bird. Absolutely fabulous scissor set, sewing set. You have got a large pair of shears. You have got a smaller pair of embroidery scissors, thread nippers. You've got a seam ripper, the Grim Ripper, and you've also got your tape measure, retracting tape measure on a little key fob. Really, really useful. Now, the price is already completely gorgeous and rather fabulous at $8.99, but this is our early bird. I am thinking in the kitchen, in the workroom, in the workshop. It's a kind of, everybody's got that drawer in their kitchen, am I right? That's, you know, the drawer of requirement. If it isn't anywhere else, it'll be there. Great place to keep your scissors set. $8.99? I don't think so. Nope, not today. Not today. Not today. I mean, Philly boots. $4.99. You are welcome. Well worth multi-buying on this one because two of them is under £10 for two lots. You've got your shears, you've got your embroidery scissors, you've got your retracting tape measure, and you've got your seam ripper. I've paid more than $4.99 for a seam ripper. So really, really useful thing to get. And also love the fact that it is neon pink because if I hear "Where are the scissors?" one more time, you're always going to know where they are, aren't you? Good morning to Yvette, to Claire, to Pam, to Elaine and to Anne, who have all sent in lovely messages on Facebook. Good morning to all of you. Hope you have a wonderful day. A message across the bottom. Hi. I'm watching now before I leave for my studio for a day of quilting. Love, Regan. Regan, good morning. Have a fantastic sewing day, won't you? I shall look forward to seeing your makes later on Regan Makes. Another one, morning Stuart team, looking forward to the show. Heather, thank you. It's good to have your company. Thank you so much. We've got lovely Tilda, of course, this morning. You can see hanging behind me. Now, everybody that has checked out their baskets has checked out multiple units. I think this is a great one to multi-buy. Literally, two of these, $9.98 for 4 pairs of scissors, 2 seam rippers, 2 measuring tapes. Morning all. Michael McIntyre refers to it as the man drawer, Karen. Yeah, well, it's just, yes, I always call it the drawer of requirement. It's where you put things that you can't think where else to go. So things like, you know, if an Allen key comes with furniture, that goes in the drawer. Manuals for a freezer that we got rid of 20 years ago, that's in the drawer. String, yeah. keys that no longer, you know, are no longer for a door that we have, or chargers for electricals that we got rid of. Yeah, adapter plugs, anything like that. Foreign currency. Yeah. What's in your drawer? Let me know. Now keep going through for your Brights 4-piece scissor tool pack. You've got a pair of shears, you've got your small scissors, your seam ripper, and your tape measure. Morning, Stuart, says Mandy. I love watching your shows. Thank you, Mandy. They're your shows too. We're very interactive here. Keep getting your messages in. We love hearing from you. We love hearing from you. Are the glasses working? Are they lending me an air of gravitas and intelligence? I'm actually wearing them because my contact lenses felt really scratchy this morning. The eyes are fine now. I've taken my lenses out, but they're just, oh, you know, and I just thought, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Anyway, keep going through for that. Right, let us do the menu and see what a fabulous day. We've got a fabulous day coming up. Right, first things first, this hour, it is the brand new Tilda collection Sunday brunch. On a Tuesday, I mean, who doesn't fancy a bit of Sunday brunch on a Tuesday? It is gorgeous. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Sandra Rushton is here with Sanntangle goodness. Now, we've got 2 wonderful hours with Sandra today. The first, we've got a brand new, gorgeous organiser bag of your dreams. And her new range of fabrics is superb, absolutely superb. Totally gorgeous, totally gorgeous. There it is, there it is. Look at that. It is wonderful. It's wonderful. Right. That is at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, Tracy Perks is here with Rope and Anchor Designs, and it is a smorgasbord. We've got 3 different projects. We've got, hey, sweetie. Hey, sweetie. So, it's cute. It's a little sweetie. We've got twirling columns. Twirling columns. How delicious is that? And we've also got a fabulous table runner as well. This is beautiful. That's a bit of me. Radiance. Beautiful. Roaring radiance. It's lovely. Right, that's at 10. 11 o'clock, Sandra is back. Now, this quilt has blown the top off my head. It is amazing. Now, Sandra and I, we've been talking about Bargello quilts. I know Sandra's wanted to design and make a Bargello quilt for ages. I love the story to this. Sandra basically reverse engineered, started with, I want to make a Bargello, and then said, well, in that case, then I need to design a whole range of fabrics to then make a Bargello quilt. It's not the usual route to making a quilt, I grant you, but when you are a fabric designer, it's what you do. I think this is absolutely incredible. We've got kits, we've got fabrics. Have a look on the website, grab yours, because this is incredible. It's transporting me to the Caribbean. Oh, there's a thought. There's a thought. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got an hour of Brother Sewing Machines. I've got embroidery, I've got quilting, I've got sewing, and the most fabulous range of machines. So if you're in the market for a new sewing machine, or you want to get to know the machine, you'll have a little bit better. Stay tuned for 12 o'clock. Ellen says, my drawers hold an awful lot of things that are not in use. Mine too. Mine too. Why do we keep that drawer? But you never know. You never know when you're going to need that piece of string. Right, now, how to get in touch. You can contact us in all sorts of ways. You can message the studio via email, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also get through to us via Facebook. Carol says, morning, Stuart. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Carol. Big kiss to you. She also says, love the glasses. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Jill says, I look debonair today. I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. That's very kind of you. Now, head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. Discounted machines, grab a deal. Hello. Hello. That's new. Very nice. Click on Watch Live. And then once you're there, you can send us a little message there. Keep going through for your Triumph cutting set, $4.99. Amazing deal. Then look, we've got our Tilda, brand new Sunday brunch. We've got the full mega collection. We've got the individual colour collections. We've also got some cheeky little bundles. And we've managed to get some stock of Myra, which is an absolutely beautiful blender from Tilda. We've also got some Creating Memories there. We've also got some Daisy Dream as well. So if you missed out on those previous collections, now's your chance. We're going to be meeting Mackenzie and Macy today. Looking forward to that with Sandra. Get ahead. Get ahead. If you've already got the pattern, you go, oh, do you know, I've got this funny sensation that I'm being stared at. I'm being watched. Hello. Slightly macabre. What are you looking at? Stare bear. Hey, sweetie. That's a really fun quilt. Love that from Rope and Anchor. Loads and loads of bits and bobs. Loads of lovely kits. Very nice Liberty kit, actually, with Tracy. Have a look at those. We've got some Tilda patterns there as well. If you want to use your Tilda, have a look at this. Look at those fabrics. How incredible. That price is going to drop, by the way. That price is going to drop, but you might want to shop ahead. Absolutely radiant. You can also get colour packs of 8.5 meters of Sandra's new fabrics. The warm or the cool. But in this quilt, you've actually got that combination of warm and cool together. It is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, really love that. Right, let's dive into the Tilda Mega Bundle. So this is the brand new range from Tilda. It's called Sunday Brunch. Absolutely beautifully showcased in this quilt. If you want to get the pattern for this, by the way, Tilda's World, it's free. Now, your Mega Bundle, you've got 10 meters of fabric here. 169.80? No, 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 no. You're going to get a whole meter for free. Now it comes in, there's 4 colourways, you get all 4 within your Mega Bundle, and they just go beautifully together. The first is the jade and the greens. It's really lovely. It revolves around this hero print of ladies enjoying a Sunday brunch in the park. They've got drinks, they've got cakes, they've got music, they've got fun company. You've got some beautiful florals in this range. And some of them are classic Tilda prints, which have been recoloured for this collection. Absolutely love these fresh greens and jades. Now, $764.5 meter with that price crash. You should be paying $849. Here's the sour yellow. The sour yellow. Citrus, chartreuse, golden. Beautiful. Love that. Absolutely divine, isn't it? Now, that's halfway through. And at this point, I just want to quickly show you a quilt that I made. And this was using those 10 fabrics. So this is a quilt from Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. Here's a better shot of it, actually. Thank you, Bruce. Love it. Who's that from? Claire. Oh, put the message out. From Glennis, I beg your pardon. Morning, Stuart. Looks like a fab morning ahead. We call our drawer the orphanage. That's classy, Glennis. I love it. The orphanage. Where are my scissors? They're in the orphanage. Brilliant. Very clever. I was just giving a bit of Charles Dickens there. If anybody from the BBC is watching, character actor. I mean, come on. Come on. Right, that's halfway through. Right, let's move on. It's a 20-piece collection. Look at this. So now you've got the beautiful blues and tans. Absolutely love this colourway. You've got your hero print there. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got your blenders that go with, well, not really blenders. You've got florals. This is gorgeous. Absolutely lush. Absolutely lush. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your blues. Okay, blues and tans. And then you've got your ginger pink. Ginger pink. So you've got your hero print there. Really love that. And then look at these florals. Absolutely stunning. Easy to use. The whole collection is absolutely stunning. So you've 20 pieces there, 20 half meters, 10 meters in total. You're paying for 9 meters. So effectively, you're getting a 10% discount on the whole range, 152.82. Now you can use split pay if you want to. That's 0 interest, no credit checks, no forms to fill in. £50.94. Get the collection home. Wendy says, morning, Stuart and all. Good morning to you. Donna says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Got the full team here today, let me tell you. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. Jennifer says, morning, Stuart. I'm trying to do your quilt. I've managed one right. Well, then it's a good day, Jennifer. It's a good day. I would class that as a win. Really lovely collection, this. Really lovely. Now, let me tell you about stock. This is our final stock, and I have got 12 bundles left, and that's it. I've got 12 bundles left. These aren't really collections that we can repeat on. It tends to be one and done. Third of my stock's already gone. If it's in your basket, do check out, please. Imagine the possibilities. If you're ready for spring and summer, I'm already ready for summer. I'm going to bypass spring and go straight to summer. This is a wonderfully summery collection. Really, really pretty. And versatile too. Nice for bags, cushions, quilts, of course. Shall we have a look at individual colours? Now, I've got some lovely bundles, actually, of individual colours. And they're a little bit bigger than the 5. You've got 5 in a colourway, but you've actually got a little more because we've added in the blenders that match. So this is the teal. I've got 9 of these bundles left, and then they're gone for good. So you've got your greens and your teals there. So I'm going to bring out, this is pure collection, okay? But then, as you know, Tilda always bring out a beautiful blender range for every new range. These are included. This blender range is called Tipsy. How cute is that? And you get those added in. So you're actually getting 8 half meters or 4 meters in total for £67.92. We're making a little saving. Of course you are. Of course you are. £61.12. £61.12. So you've made a saving there as well. So if you absolutely love one particular colourway, this is the time to buy. Single figures left on this. If you want to have the jade, and it's also got those lovely kind of fresh apple greens in there as well. This is a stunner, isn't it? And just very, very versatile, having these blender fabrics as well. These actually, on their own, have sold out completely. So if you love those blenders, this is the only way to get them. So that's your teal collection. Ah, another lovely message. Tina says, it's my birthday today. Oh, Tina. Mwah. Happy birthday. I'm sat with coffee, watching my favourite presenter, beautiful fabric. Oh, thank you, Tina. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful special birthday. It's lovely. Us February borns have to stick together, right? Us Aquarians. That's the teal. That's the teal. Ah, this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. The age... Enough. Right. Let's do ginger pink. Let's do ginger pink. I'll show you the blend. The blender's gorgeous. Tipsy. Absolutely love it. And then you've got that main collection. Now, I really love that combination of the pink with that beautiful gingery orange there. It's just vibrant, it's warm, it's really summery. I think that's absolutely stunning. And you've got those little hints there of blue and also a little hint there of green as well. So that's definitely where I would take my lead in terms of an accent colour. So for example, if you wanted to add just a little bit of fresh green to that, you could. Okay, this is coming up. This is available by the ½ metre. So if you wanted to add a little bit of green, you could. Or the other way you could go is to add a little bit of blue. And look how that changes up the whole look of it. So that's adding blue in. And then that's adding green. It adds a totally different flavour to the whole collection. Which is your favourite? Again, that blue is available by the ½ metre. We'll come to that in just a second. It's cool, isn't it? I love playing with fabric. Love it. So that's our ginger pink, 8 ½ metres, and you are making a saving. Right, next up, let's do the blue and the tan. This is lovely. So this time, you've got your 3 Tipsy blenders in the blues and the tans, 6112. And then you've got your main collection. Just gorgeous. And again, here, if you wanted to add a little extra colour, then look at the prints and pick something out. I'm certainly seeing pink in there, so I'm going to grab a little bit of extra pink. Add that in if you prefer. If you want a little more blue, you can add some blue. Or actually, you know what I think I would add? I would add some of the brown and keep that palette quite cool and quite classy. That sort of denim and brown is just really gentle, smart, sophisticated. Again, this is available by the ½ metre if you wanted to add some in. Absolutely gorgeous. 6112, you are saving £6 and change. Last colour collection. Last colour collection I've got is that gorgeous sour yellow, that, oh yeah, yuzu. Here are the Tipsy blenders. So you've got this one here, yummy, that's really yuzu. You've got the kind of chartreuse, and, oh, this is yummy. You've got the grey with the pink. So you've got your Tipsy blenders, and then you've got your 5-piece collection as well. So you're getting 8 ½ metres. Really stunning. Really stunning. And again, pick out the pink, pick out the grey, pick out the blue, pick out more of the greens. And as always with Tilda, I like to make a little go a long way. So add in things like some solids, some cream, some ivory, calico, natural seeded cotton, all work beautifully. Or perhaps one of the more, colourful solids. I mean, what Tilda always do with their quilts is they use a coloured background colour. So you can see the quilt hanging behind me has this amazing sort of deep jade green for the background, rather than going for, a cream or a white or something like that, going for that really dark teal. It just works beautifully, doesn't it? It's a fun idea. If you're not ready to commit to a quilt with that kind of different colour combination, try a cushion, try something small, and often you feel safer making something small, don't you? It's not quite such a commitment. Nicola's messaged and says, morning everyone, looking like today's one of those shows where I want everything. It's so pretty. It is lovely, isn't it? I love when a new collection comes out. And of course, if you've got any Tilda from previous years as well, they always go together. You can always combine previous and new collections. These actually contain, this new collection, Sunday Brunch, contains some classic but recoloured Tilda Fabrics. Carol from Cheshire says, "Morning, Stuart, lovely to see you and love your glasses, very smart." Thank you, Carol, thank you. These are such old specs, but I've kept them. Morning, hope you had a fabulous birthday. Did you slash out at Limiters? Splash, slash out. Yes, just took my scissors and just cut my own fabric, I wish. Ah, Tracy Eagle, thank you, love. Well, now then, I'll be honest with you, I didn't actually make it. I didn't. I went to the Lego store, obviously. And then I met an old uni friend of mine and we went for drinks and then lunch, and before we knew it, it was time to go. So I didn't end up really doing any shopping at all. So, yeah. But next time, I promise. Yeah, I'm always down there, Absolutely love that. That's gorgeous. Now, the blue bundle is single figures. Let me grab the blue and give you another quick look at that. Oh gosh, yes, low single figures on this one. So you're getting 8 fabrics. Oh, I'm just going to show you. They're lovely to sort of blend together. Let me just, bit of that. Oh, just lovely, aren't they? You've got your 8 different fabrics, all brand new, all from the Tipsy collection, the Sunday Brunch collection. I mean, in fairness, I think the ladies probably are a little bit tipsy. I'll just show you. Look. I want to be invited to that Sunday brunch. It looks gorgeous. It's kind of, this would be me. Yeah. So definitely, that would be me. Having a snooze, kick off the shoes. I love to be barefoot. There was a very interesting thing on the radio the other day about grounding yourself, talking about sort of bare feet on the grass. And children do that all the time, but adults don't take their shoes off enough. Do you know what I mean? I think. I love that. I walk around with no shoes on all the time, which is awful when you're a sewer because there are pins everywhere. Am I right? Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. If you want the blue collection, you will need to be quick. Yeah, pretty much everything is in baskets. Now, the teal bundle, this was one of my absolute favourites. When the collection arrived, I was all over it. Everything I have left is in baskets. Everything is in baskets. That doesn't mean that you can't jump in now and grab yourself this gorgeous collection. I'm just going to lay it out. Morning, Stuart. Love, Tilda. This is Sandra in Northamptonshire. Thanks for messaging. It was my birthday on Sunday. Well, happy birthday, Sandra. And I have a Sewing Street gift card given to me by my son. I'm tempted to buy this fabric. Well, fabulous, fabulous present. I mean, your son knows you so well. What a great gift. And of course, it's like having free stuff, isn't it, when you've got a gift card to spend? It really is a true indulgence. Get yourself something you love, Sandra, whatever it is. Treat yourself. Yeah, it's all about you. Happy birthday. Oh, have the month. Another Aquarian. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Love it. Absolutely gorgeous. £61.12. Now, these colour bundles are the only place now that you can get these Tipsy blenders. Okay, so if you're loving those, and we always sell out of those first. Always. It's so useful. Now I have a mega bundle. This contains all 20 pieces of the new Sunday Brunch collection. Now, I've got 4 bundles up for grabs. Let me show you. I've got the teal. You're getting all of them. You're saving the price of a whole metre here. Okay, should be paying £169.80. You've got your teal, you've got your sour yellow, you've got your ginger pink, and you've got your blue tan. All of those fabrics, all 20, the whole collection. Now, just to put this into context, lots of these fabrics now have completely sold out by the half metre. All of the feature prints have sold out by the half metre. We can't remake these bundles, any of them. So if you want the brand new collection, go for it. Marie says, greetings, lovely boy. Good morning, my love. I'm an Aquarian too. All the best people are. Have a merry day. I mean, I'm biased, Marie, but I think you're probably right. Probably right. Although I'm quite partial to a Leo. Gorgeous. It's such a lovely collection. Really beautiful. Sunday brunch. I tell you what, this year, Tilda are bringing out their first ever Christmas range, which I know it's only February, but I am very, very excited. They've never done a proper Christmas range with Santa Claus, and I think it's going to be absolutely gorgeous. Tilda does Christmas. I mean, come on. But right now, Tilda is doing summer, which I'm all for. Think about gorgeous garden cushions and quilts, picnic quilts. Beautiful. If you've got any of my books, there's always Tilda quilts in my books. I love Tilda Fabrics. I've got some individual patterns that use Tilda as well, of course. More in baskets than we've got. Last few chances now. It was my birthday on the 6th, says Veronica in Nottinghamshire. Happy birthday, Veronica. And I treated myself to some gorgeous Tilda blenders. I mean, they're so lovely, aren't they? Happy birthday, Veronica. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful year. Not just month. I take the whole of February for celebrating because I believe that's my entitlement. Well, I'll celebrate the opening of an envelope, frankly. I think any excuse to do something lovely and special, I leap on. Why not? So yes, have the month. Have the whole month. Have it all. Have it all. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Always lovely to see you. Thank you, love. That's very kind. Emma says, morning, Stuart. I'm an Aquarian too. It was my birthday on the 4th. Hey, happy birthday. I got gift vouchers and money, so I bought a new sewing machine. It should arrive this week. I'm so excited. Oh, Emma, how fabulous. What did you go for? What did you go for? If you're in the mood for a new sewing machine, make sure you tune in at 12, because I've got the Brother FS250, I've got the Envy 1100 quilting machine, amazing, and I've also got the 340 embroidery machine with Disney. So if you want to get into embroidery, 12 o'clock's the hour. Right, keep going through for your Tilda Mega Bundle. This is probably the last time we will have it. Now, I have got Daisy Dream. So, this was the blender for hibernation. We've got we've got 3 bundles left, 4.5 meters. Now, I just want to show you how, even though these are completely different collections, and this is quite a purplish blue, I really want to put that in with Sunday Brunch. I really want to put this in. They don't go, but they absolutely do. And also as well, if you want to do a Tilda rainbow, these are, if you like, the missing colours. That green, again, gorgeous. 4.5 meters. Would you like something a bit special? It's just a nicer figure. 33.96 is clunky and clumsy. 29.99 is a nice price. Emma went for the Elna 578. Gorgeous, Gorgeous. Always good to have an alphabet. Claire says, morning all. It's my birthday in November, but I still think I deserve a treat. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Somebody get that lady a treat. You do deserve a treat, Claire. I mean, every day should be special, right? Charlotte says, morning, beautiful. It's my 49th birthday today. You're the beautiful one. Mwah! Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hubby has said I can treat myself to anything. Well, he's a keeper. I just record this. He's a keeper. Choices. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. More for coming in for this than I have, I'm afraid. I've literally got 2 bundles left. It's $29.99. You're getting 2 full meters, 4 half meters there, $29.99. That's your Daisy Dream. 1 left, and then it's gone. Now, I've also got these fabrics. This is such a pretty fabric. This is called Harper. And this is from the new Creating Memories collection, which is fab because it's a core collection. So it's going to stick around, which I love. You've got the blue, summer blues. You've got the spring pastels. You've got the autumn. And you've got the Christmas reds and greens. You get all 4. Now, you know that shop I didn't make? It's very loose, isn't it? Don't you think? It's gorgeous. Now, any one of the... I tell you what I would do. I would grab a blender or a solid... or a batik or something like that, and I would use these for bags. I'd use these for bags. Bit of red maybe with that, lovely. Bit of Danger Mouse with that, lovely. Beautiful. You know, and I would just pick out a colour. I'd probably pick out something like the slatey grey in this one. I think that's really lovely. This one, maybe a really deep orange or like sort of rich brown would be lovely. This one, probably something like the pink or the green would be lovely. And just make some gorgeous quilted bags. $29.99 for 4 half meters. Again, you're making a saving because $33.96, frankly, is a clunky, odd number. And $29.99 just sounds lovely. I think. Sounds better, doesn't it? I think so. Love it. Stock up your stash. Oh, Myra. Yes, Myra. So I've been showing you these earlier on when we were looking at colour bundles. And these are all available by the half metre. This is a blender range called Myra, which is this gorgeous kind of, almost like an Indian block print leaf design. Really gorgeous. Can we start with the blue? I think this is really lovely. It's a cute print. It's lovely. Well, this would be lovely for dressmaking. Make a lovely shirt. Really stunning. But also as well, just a good blender for your Tildas because it's that tonal. If you've got a lot of blue fabrics in your stash, the detail's amazing. Have a close look. It's really lovely. Lots of fine detail there. Almost like an Indian block print. Isn't it gorgeous? It's got that lovely simplicity. It's traditional, but because of the simplicity, it has quite a modern, fresh look too. Lovely. Lovely. That's the blue. Let's do the pink. It's a lovely kind of bubble gum. What's interesting, actually, if you have a look on the selvage, little cute bunny rabbits, is that there's actually this really deep red in there. The outline, yeah, the outline's in that really deep red. Lovely that, isn't it? Yeah, a quilted cushion, quilted pillow shams with a scalloped edge would be lovely. Yeah, yeah. You could just do, you know, like just a quilted throw, maybe that as your main fabric, metre of that, and then put a border around the outside edge and then quilt it. Just keep it really simple, really classy. That's the pink. I'm very taken actually with the brown in this. I think it's lovely. And Tilda occasionally do browns and tans and that kind of thing. And I collect them avidly. I think they're just gorgeous fabrics and they're a little bit different. Brown's a lovely colour. It's a beautiful colour. It's a beautiful neutral, actually. You think of the quilt hanging behind me with a chocolate brown background. Beautiful, warm and rich. Good morning, Stuart. Oh, good morning. Sorry, I missed a word out there. Good morning, gorgeous Stuart. Thank you, Dawn. Will the Brother bobbins on here fit the Brother FS250ME? Dawn, yes, absolutely, 100%. And Brother bobbins for Brother machines, because they're very slightly shallower. You're absolutely right, Dawn. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Really worth stocking up on those. They're a great price. Are they $10.99 for 10? We'll just check. We'll just check. I think so. The lilac next. $10.99, yeah. Really worth getting a pack or two. That's the lilac. Stunning. Really stunning. Lovely, soft French lavender. Nice having a fabric named after me. Myra, that is exactly what they did. Exactly what they did. Now this is a fabric that I would use as a clever backing fabric, and I'll show you why. I'm just going to grab a ruler or a straight edge, because this print lends itself to quilting so well, because we could do a diagonal crosshatch without marking. Because we've got this fabulous diagonal direction to the print. So you could pick, say, every third motif to stitch a line. You do not need to mark this with tape. Just count the rows and quilt from the back. So use this on the back of your quilt, layer it up, but quilt from the back. So all you need to think about is putting your lovely thread that you want to show on the top in your bobbin. Wind it in your bobbin and then have your neutral or whatever in the top that will appear on this side, and then your gorgeous bobbin thread on the right side of your quilt. Be quick though, because we're down to our last 3.5 meters of that. I have a question. You have a question? Yeah, go for it. Thank you, Stuart. I have your tangled quilt pattern with the bundle of blue fabrics. What colour could I use for the background, please? That's from Dawn. Well, in the kit you've got a cream or a white, I think, but you could use a really dark navy. Now, we do two different navies here, actually, in solids. We do navy, and then we also do midnight. We do one called Midnight, which is, if you saw it on its own, you'd be forgiven for thinking it was black. But if you put it next to black, you can see that it is the darkest, inkiest navy. That would look gorgeous. However, if you wanted to go kind of warmer, richer, you could use something like a kind of old gold, or even like a sort of rich, almost like a tobacco-y brown would look amazing with blues. Blue and browns and tans and golds always look lovely. This is the quilt we're talking about here. Lovely. Yeah. The 8. Yes. Now, any of these Tildas would work really well in the tangled quilt. You just want to pick 2 that contrast well. However, what you could do is you could do a print and a solid for the 2 different interlocking. Here's the blue bundle. This is last chance. We're down to our last few. Low single figures on this. Really lovely. 6112, that's for 4 meters. Thanks for all your lovely messages this morning, by the way. It's great to hear from everyone. There's the tangled pattern. Regular piecing or foundation paper piecing. You get the whole pattern is written for non-foundation piecing, just for stitch and flip. So I wrote the whole pattern with stitch and flip, and then as I was 3/4 of the way through, I thought, actually, you could foundation piece this. So I haven't written the pattern for foundation piecing, but I've included the foundations. So if you know how to foundation piece, you can do that, or you can do my stitch and flip method, which is so easy. Oh, now, lots of you are asking about the pattern behind me and also the pattern for the cushions. You can get these from Tilda's World, which is the Tilda official website. They are free patterns. They are downloadable. So if you want to make the quilt, you want to make the cushion, you want to make this one here. This is a cute one. And there's actually a pattern for a quilt as well as the sort of orange segment. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Love how that's been quilted too with that wishbone quilting. It's lovely. Now I would put a covered button right in the centre. They've actually used gorgeous buttons on the back. How cute's that? It's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Now, let's just quickly nip back to the Tilda Mega Bundle. This is, remember, all 20 fabrics from the main collection. Okay. So you've got 4 different colourways here represented. You have ginger pink, which I feel should be a cocktail. What are you drinking? Oh, ginger pink, if you don't mind. You've got the teal, ginger pink to make the boys wink. You've got the blue tan. Love that. Love them all. And then you've got the old sourpuss. You've got the sour. We refuse to use that name. We call this yuzu. Yuzu. Charlie used to do wholesale wedding hats and things. And he and I, when we used to do the catalogues, he and I would sit together, usually with a glass of wine, and make up silly names for all the colours. I mean, we never used them, but we'd be like, oh, and this hat comes in bandage, scallop, and marzipan, or something like that, old plaster. Yes, just for a giggle. But that is absolutely lovely. Last few options there. How many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, goodness me, right. So half again, as many of you in baskets than I actually have. Last few chances. Don't miss out. Morning, Stuart. Just bought 1 metre of lavender Myra. I'm going to grab that. Your tip of a small quilt throw. Love your energy. Oh, thank you, my love. Thank you. But let me just show you that Myra again. Just lovely. You could literally, 1 metre of that, and pick something like a solid. Just a solid, do a border around the outside, layer it up and quilt it. You could, again, use the lines on Myra, you know, the direction of the fabric. And quilt it. Beautiful. It's really classy, isn't it? But I only have 4 meters left now of Myra. And then greens. I've got the greens. So I've got green on green first. Green on green. Now this is one where, because you've also got the negative image, you could use those two together to make the throw. But this is green on green, moss. What do they say? A rolling stone gathers no moss. I think gathering moss is good. Gathering moss is good, but a rolling stone gathers no moss. 4.5 meters of this left and then it's gone. Lots of you for that. And then the other green is that sort of negative, well, it's not quite a negative image because it's the green on a gorgeous sort of soft, warm cream background. Lovely. Lovely. Now, if you've never used Tilda before, we'd love you to try some. So I've got 3 little bundles, which are a very, very nice price. I'm going to start off with the blue and the red. Or if you just want to add to your collection, if you already know what working with Tilda's like, it's an absolute dream. So here, look, you've got 1/2 metre of this gorgeous fabric. This is from the Creating Memories collection. So you've got 1/2 metre of that. You've got 1/2 metre of that, absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got 1/2 metre of natural seeded cotton and £20.97 for 1.5 meters, but you're going to get the natural seeded for free, which means 16. Now don't hang about on these, because this is 1.5 meters and you've got a whole metre of Tilda there, and you've got your seeded natural cotton 1/2 metre. They're absolutely flying out. If you want to grab this, I mean, this is a couple of gorgeous bags. You've got your lining, you've got your accent, you've got your outer fabrics. It's just beautiful. Pair of cushions. What about making a throw using this? A gorgeous lap quilt. Keep it simple. What about a disappearing 9-patch or a simple 4-patch quilt using these fabrics, and just really let the fabrics do the talking? Or use this as a base and add your scraps. Look in your scraps and find some other blues, some other reds. Carolyn from the West Midlands says, morning Stuart, there is something timeless about Tilda. Plus, all the collections always work together. I just love it. Yeah, you and me both, Carolyn. And the most amazing thing is, I mean, this is their 26th year, but 1998, Tilda didn't even exist. Now, I mean, for some of you watching now, you didn't exist in 1998 either. I get that, I get that, I get that. Or you were just starting primary school. But for those of us who were adults then, it's like, where were we without Tilda? Can't believe it's only been 25, 26 years, but my goodness, they're just wonderful at what they do. I have got 5 bundles left now, and about 20 of you with it in your baskets. If you want this bundle, you're going to have to be very, very quick checking out, please. Right, that's the first one. I've got 2 more bundles. Right, let's do pinks and, oh, this is pretty. This is pretty. So, you've got 1/2 metre, same price straight away, not £20.97, but £16.98. So you've got your gorgeous, pretty ditzy floral there, Tilda Creating Memories. You've got your 1/2 metre of seeded natural cotton, and then, wow, that is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. This is from Hibernation. No, not Hibernation. Sanctuary. Sanctuary. That's a gorgeous combination. I'm just going to show you for 1 second, though. Look, I would, as you're making a saving there, I'd get a bit of Myra. I'd get a bit of Myra just to pop in there. A little bit of that maybe. I think actually that one, I would go that one. Little extra 1/2 metre as you are making that saving. Tina's message, she says, good morning, brilliant Stuart. Just take a moment. I did not add the brilliant Bruce. I am not writing my own messages. Thanks, Charlie. Stuart, my birthday is on Monday, Tina. Peter. Bang that one. I'm not here on Monday, but that's for you. All right, happy birthday. Love it. Really good deal. Really good deal that. You're getting your seeded natural cotton for nothing. Getting that for nothing. Love that. Beautiful. What are you going to make with that? Be quick. I'm now down to 12 bundles left. If you want to get that, I've got 12 bundles left and then it's gone. Making a saving of your seeded natural cotton. It should be £20.97. You're paying just £16.98, which is the price of your Tilda. Brilliant. Couple of cushions, gorgeous bags. What are you going to make? Great stash builder actually as well. Lovely stash builder. Right, last bundle. Oh, this is beautiful. So you're actually in here, you're getting some of the brand new Sunday brunch. This one here is from the Sunday brunch collection. You're getting ½ metre of that. You're getting ½ metre of your seeded natural cotton. And you're getting ½ metre of this stunning print. That is lovely. Again, these are such great opportunities to stock up your stash. I mean, actually, look, if you've gone for, excuse me, any of the new Sunday brunch, oh, just picking out that little bit of citrusy yellow there, and just you can just expand the palette. I actually really love that little bit of purple in there. I think it really warms the whole thing up. I'm just going to grab a little bit of Myra as well, and if I add that in, I now have a whole palette. I've got a whole palette now, and this is taking the 3 fabrics that we had plus a few others. So I'm just going to take, these are the 3 I've added in. If I take these out, this is my bundle. But if you can go to your stash, you can create your own quilt kits. Gorgeous. Right, keep going through for that. Down to single figures on that now. Okay, just one last look then at the mega bundle. If you want the brand new Sunday brunch, it's all about getting outside in the park with a little bottle of fizz. I went to a shop opening at the weekend and to cut the ribbon, and they bought me a bottle of real champagne. How lovely is that? Margaret from Hertfordshire's message. She says, I love Tilda with my favourite presenter. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that. It's very kind. It's my birthday on Saturday. Everybody's birthday is this week. Honestly, it's wonderful. Margaret, happy birthday to you. Do something lovely. Treat yourself. You know, sometimes for me, treating myself is just sitting on the sofa with my knitting and a pot of tea. Normally I make a pot of tea for a group, but if I really want to treat myself, there's a pot of tea for me and knitting and sit down and just indulge, just have some me time. Now, let's have a little bit of alone time. We're going to go to a break. But it's just a few minutes, and when we come back, Sanntangle is here with the first of 2 shirts, a brand new bag of your dreams. It is amazing, and the fabrics are sublime. See you after this.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
No, I know. And no way. Are you kidding me? Oh, sorry, didn't realise you were back. Right. Well, it made me giggle. Look. I'm joined by the fabulous Mackenzie and Macy, who are going to be my guests for this hour. Oh, and somebody called Sandra Rushton. Hey, you.
Hello. You're getting on quite well with the team there.
We've bonded. They've actually decided that they want to come and live with me.
Right, yeah.
Sandra,
Yeah, that's because I make them work for a living. That's what it is.
Oh, no, I've told them a life of leisure awaits. Now, at this hour, we've got the fabulous Sandra Rushton from Sanntangle. So many gorgeous sewing projects from Sandra today, including Mackenzie and Macy, the fabulous elves. But also, I've got patterns, I've got top-ups, so if you want to make more, I've got felt eyes joints on their own without patterns, so you can get those separately for the first time. I have got a whole interchangeable wardrobe for these cute little characters. And lots of you have been asking about Sandra's fabulous Bargello quilt. Let's just have a quick look at that. I am so drawn to this. Now, this is coming up at 11 o'clock. You can shop ahead. Now, I do need to let you know the price on the kit is going to drop. It is going to drop a little bit, okay? So if you want to get ahead on that, you are going to get a little saving. You can get the pattern on its own, and we've also got warm fabric bundle and cool fabric bundle if you've just fallen in love with those fabrics, and I really have. Okay, we're going to start off then with these little fellas. I've got instructions for Mackenzie / Macy. Now, Sandra, we were just talking about what's the difference between Mackenzie and Macy.
Yes.
And it's really straightforward. It's the eyes and the ears.
It is, yeah. All the pattern pieces are exactly the same. It depends. You know, sometimes you make something, you think, this feels a little bit female, this feels a little bit male.
Yep.
It depends where you sort of shape the ears. You could have the ears upside, when I say upside down, either side, and I've not put a position for the eyes in the pattern, and that's because you're going to decide where they go, because they are cousins, and every single one, which is the Sanntangle way, every single one's a little bit different. Oh, yeah. So you're going to sort of create your own character, which is going to be different to somebody else. So even if you're in the same room making one each. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And Sandra, the minute you put the eyes on, it's like the magic happens and they come to life. As soon as you put the eyes on.
Absolutely.
Play around with the position, create unique characters. The ears can be turned up, turned down. And of course, as well, depending on the kind of fabrics, the colours, a hair bow here, a bow tie there.
Exactly.
And suddenly the whole character changes. So look, you get the pattern for Mackenzie / Macy. You also get patterns for the clothes. So you get the shirt and you get the dungarees.
You do, yes.
I'm literally about to make myself a pair of dungarees.
I know. This is you can't sell an elf naked, can you? Really?
No, and also as well, isn't it that having clothes is everything?
Well, it certainly is, yeah. And these clothes, they're a little bit oversized. And they're supposed to be that way because our Mackenzie was backpacking in Thailand before he came over. Right. And he was always happy to have something a little bit bigger because then you've got more pockets to stuff things in. You can put newspapers around the back to keep
I always think
warm.
room to grow.
Room to grow.
I want
depending
room
what he
to
was
grow.
eating, you know, that kind of thing. So you've got a really nice overshirt, which is quite in fashion, isn't it?
It is. I don't want, and I don't think Mackenzie wants, to go to that all-you-can-eat Sunday brunch, or carvery, and end up with the clothes cutting into you. You want a bit of room.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, you have got the dungarees and the shirt there
Agree.
anyway, yeah.
Oh, we've made Carol's day. She says, hi, Stuart and Sandra. I've been waiting ages to get my elf patterns. I was awake at 3 a.m. worrying I wouldn't get them. But I have. Carol.
Oh, do you know, I'm so
Have a
pleased.
nap,
We don't always bring
Oh.
it because, of course, we change things up a bit, don't we?
We do.
But
It's
you're going to have such fun making it. And then honestly, they're one of these things that you feel that you're having a conversation with them and then you meet with others. Yeah,
They're brilliant.
People think we're mad, but we're not.
No, I love it. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. They could be your sewing room mascot. They could be team mascot for a school sports team. They could be for the grandchildren. They could just be for us, couldn't they? And of course, you can dress them however you like. Seasonal outfits, you could do Christmassy versions. Now remember, in this version, in this pattern, you're getting the pattern for the dungarees.
Look at those. You see, they're Macy's. I think Mackenzie's are the black ones.
Yeah, oh right, okay.
Yeah, look at, see, so just by changing the colours, maybe, things like that.
Look.
Look at them.
These are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So just change up the colour. Great way to practice your dressmaking skills too. So you get your dungarees pattern within the pattern for the elf, but you also get the pattern for the shirt. This patchwork, I want the adult version of that.
How great is that?
Cutest, absolutely brilliant. And don't you worry, you're not going to be making tiny little buttonholes. These are little faux buttons, and they've got little hand sewn on press studs behind. You've got to have removable clothes.
Yeah,
no, but you do, don't you? Because
You do,
kids love
yeah.
that, adults love that.
Yeah, it's a lovely little shirt, that is.
It is gorgeous. What a lovely thing to use up your scraps.
Well, there's that as well, absolutely. So it depends, you know, what you've got left.
Yeah.
It can sort of have a shirt to suit every occasion.
You really could. Or an outfit to go with your latest quilt.
Yes.
You've got your little scraps, little dungarees. And I'm just wondering, would we team this with this? Would we team this with this? Would we just start from scratch?
All sorts of things, yeah. It's
I think I'd do the dungarees in a shirting weight chambray denim.
Oh.
Yes. And then little T-shirts to go with.
Yeah, well, there is a T-shirt pattern.
Oh, is there?
There is, yes. It doesn't
Could you
come
even
with
do a
that.
bit of a Dex's Midnight Runners and do
Yeah,
a
you
little...
could, couldn't you? And,
yeah.
and then it depends what shoes you get. And it does in the pattern, it does tell you what size shoes they take. Because, of course, I've not made the shoes. I actually buy them.
Yes.
But
these are a
great.
standard shoe. Are these like baby shoes or are they doll shoes?
They're baby shoes.
Are they baby shoes? Look.
Aren't they lovely?
They're absolutely gorgeous. I just love it. I love it. I love toy and doll making. It is so much fun. And actually as well, here's the thing, just my opinion here, but I think if you need a little lift, for whatever reason, there is something about making a doll which just takes you into a different world, takes you out of yourself. If you need just something, or you've lost your sojo, and normally you make quilts, you do dressmaking, and you don't ever make toys or dolls.
Nope.
There's
There
something
it is.
about it.
Yeah.
Just refreshes you.
Yeah, they're good fun.
They're gorgeous. Absolutely love them. Macy and Mackenzie. It is one pattern. It is one pattern to make the doll. Carol has a very important, yes, and I was wondering this, and I didn't want to say the words out loud, Carol. She says, morning, Sandra and Stuart. These elves look fun. I'm sorry to ask, but does Maisie have bloomers on to save her modesty?
Well, in the skirt and top pattern, which is the T-shirt or the crop top, whichever you want to do, there is a pattern in there for a little pair of
there is?
knickers. Yes.
Amazing.
Not in the original pattern,
No.
but in the pattern for the skirt and top, there is.
Because I do think coming with pants is important.
Yeah, absolutely. And she
Very
has got pants on,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So I think that's just reassured everybody.
No, that's fine, yeah. No.
Mandy from Dorset asks, hello, love the elves. Does it come with patterns for clothes? Yes. Your original, your Mackenzie/Macy elf pattern has the pattern for the doll, okay, complete doll, and also you get the pattern for dungarees. I mean, however you mix them up, they're going to look totally different. You could do patchwork, fabric, and then cut out. You also get the pattern for the shirt. How cool is that? Absolutely brilliant. These are fun patterns. You're very versatile with your patterns.
Do you know, it depends what mood I'm in, I think. I don't have, because I run my own business, I don't have rules, if that makes sense.
Love
I do
that.
for myself. But if I feel like I want to make something, if it makes me happy, then that's what I'll make. So whether it be clothes for the elves, of course, you know Dobby is our departmental mascot.
Yes.
We make all his clothes.
Yes.
So if that's the way I sort of do, it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, it depends what I want to do. I can say, well, I'm the boss.
I
I'll make what I like.
Love that. I would also say get in there and do a bit of knitting. Use sock yarn,
Oh, yeah.
self-patterning sock yarn, knit a little simple jumper.
And
front
hats.
back and
Can I quickly show you Dobby, actually?
Yeah.
Because there's a lovely lady, Rose, that did make Dobbies. Here we go.
Oh,
That
Lord.
made Dobby's
Thank
waistcoats.
you.
There you are.
Yes, Dobby's waistcoat is
So, yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
smashing.
Yeah, he's a little bit smaller than, and you can see his
Does
character's
he
a bit
go to
different.
festivals?
He goes to everywhere. He gets around, does Dobby? Yeah.
He's a dude, for
He
sure.
is, he gets
He's a real
around for
dude.
sure. But yeah. So that's kind of where the inspiration came from my Dobby there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could be Dobbs.
Love them. Way oversubscribed on the pattern. Please be quick. Please be quick. We'll see if we can get some more possibly, but at the moment, I'm literally down. I don't even have teens left now. Right. Now, I've also got your fabric pack to make your doll. So there's no pattern here. This is if you've already got the pattern, or you've bought the pattern today, or you've done it made previously and you want more felt, more eyes, more joints. So Sandra, what are we getting in this bundle?
That is pure wool heathered felt. You can feel
it
it,
is
can't you?
beautiful, yeah.
It's really tricky to get hold of, so we haven't got as many as we would like.
No.
I can't honestly tell you how much in terms of meterage you've got there, but I can say if you're frugal with your pattern, you will get 2 out of that felt. You will get
Amazing.
2.
So that's out your felt.
That's
You've
your
got one set of eyes,
Yep.
2 eyes, and then you've got the joints for 1.
Yes, so
Okay.
you can make 1 full one, but then you have got spare felt, and of course eyes and joints you can get. It's the heathered felt that's the one. Of course,
Can I ask? I don't want to
No,
offend you, Sandra.
no, not at all.
I don't want to offend you or anyone else. But could you make with fixed arms and legs?
You can if you want to, yes,
Or
of
stitch them
course.
on with a
Or you
button.
could use, I was going to say, yeah, use buttons if you want to. The joints are there because it's what we use in doll making, but of course you can
for
use what
sure.
you like.
Yeah.
Whatever works for you, so you can actually make that. And of course the eyes are brown. I know my Mackenzie's got blue eyes,
Yes.
but he had to be a little bit different.
For sure,
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
they are brown eyes.
I always wanted brown eyes.
Did you?
Always wanted brown
But
eyes.
see other people, they want blue eyes.
You always want the opposite,
Got blue
don't
eyes.
you? Yeah. Yeah. If you've got curly hair, you want straight hair.
Yeah.
I'd settle for any. frankly. Anyway, we don't have many, as Sandra said. Certainly not enough to go around. If you want the bundle of fabric, remember, enough felt. If you're frugal, to do 2, but joints and eyes for 1, I think that's stonkingly good value. This is 100% wool felt.
It is, yeah.
Beautiful quality.
It is.
And the lovely thing about felt as well for doll making is it has that sort of natural bounce and not exactly stretch, but when you stuff felt,
Yes.
it moulds to a beautiful
It
shape.
certainly does, yeah. And this, you've got that lovely fleck in it. So it's going to look more, if we want to say skin,
Yeah, natural.
than a normal felt without any sort of shading and tones in it.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful felt to work with.
It's fab. We are fast approaching very, very low figures there. Very low figures. Now, if you want we've got the shirt and top pattern. No, skirt.
Skirt and top.
Pleated skirt, top, and knickers.
That's it. So
I'm
there
only
they
reading
are.
what it says. I'm only reading what it says.
As long as they're clean, it doesn't matter, does it?
I mean, you're not wrong. So look, here we go. Here is the top. Love that little collar.
Yep.
Easy to get on and off as well. You've
It
got a
is,
little
yeah.
back
It's
opening.
quite again in fashion because it's a little crop top there, and of course your skirts and some
Skirts?
pleats.
You.
Now you need to open Mackenzie's coat because his actual coat. There you go. Because he's actually sporting a t-shirt that's not cropped and it doesn't have the collar on, so it just kind of shows. You can make it a bit longer.
So that's using this same pattern.
Exactly the same pattern. I've just made
No
it longer
collar,
and
a
I've
bit
missed the collar off because you get male or female, wherever you want to
Yeah.
work it.
Yeah.
It just works, doesn't it?
Brilliant, brilliant. And then you do also get the pattern for the knickers.
Yeah, no, ooh.
Are they, dare I? Yes.
Ooh,
I'm just,
there, look.
there we go. There they are.
There they are.
Oh, look. little pants.
There you go. Of course, you can make them to match the outfit, can't you?
Cover yourself up.
There you go. But yeah, you
To
do.
apologise, everyone. I did feel I
Needed
to
to be
show you
shown, didn't it?
everything.
Yeah.
I needed to show everything.
She's just been exposed on national
Yes,
TV.
yes. Absolutely gorgeous. That skirt's brilliant. I love the pleats, love the details on it.
Yeah, again, you can make it longer if you wanted to, so you
Yeah.
can mix and match. But again, it's very in fashion. She
Yeah,
does that
yeah.
with her Ugg boots.
Oh, very fashionable, very fashionable. Mo's messaging, she says, morning, handsome. Hope you had a lovely birthday. I did, thank you, I did. It seems everybody's birthday.
See, mine was December, so
Yeah.
it's way back. It's gone.
Ivan's also a February baby. Looking for ideas to treat yourself, as it's a big one this year.
Ooh.
Why don't you make yourself an elf?
Make an elf.
Make an elf.
Yeah, it's like introducing a puppy.
Yes, which you're also doing right now.
It's already house trained, though.
We're going to do the jacket and the trouser pattern next, trousers and coat. So this is what Mackenzie is wearing. I'm just going to button his jacket back up. So again, you could make this longer and make it more of a trench coat style.
Yeah.
I'm going to just pop the collar.
Yeah.
I like that look.
Yeah.
There you go, styled, you see. So you've got your jacket. You've also got your trouser pattern. I love the fact that it's got a fly.
Yeah, so
It's actually got like a working fly.
Yes.
I love that.
Proper trousers, and his jacket on the back's got a lovely pleat in it.
Such a
yoke.
nice detail, and a yoke as well.
His little his little.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah,
I
and
like
his
this
little-
detail.
He's a bit of a fashion guru, you know. He doesn't want to have anything.
He's a fashionista.
He is. Look
really
at it.
Love it. And of course, small amounts of fabric to make these garments.
Yeah.
So if you've got special bits of fabric, if you've got, you could make patchwork, if you've got leftovers from a quilt, or you just got those sort of special fat quarters that you didn't know what to do with, make an outfit for Mackenzie or Macy. This is the trousers and the jacket. And then to finish off, we've got the all occasion dresses. Ooh, I say.
I know.
I say.
I must say as well with this, Stuart, one of our Sanntanglers, Kathy.
Yeah.
If you know, she's actually created a bride and groom.
Oh,
And she's
how
done that dress all in
fabulous.
white.
How fabulous.
So it's obviously for a wedding.
Oh, if you're
you watched
watching, what's
Kathy, you need to send us a
Kathy?
photo.
please?
That would be lovely.
Oh, this is lovely. Love that asymmetrical frill there.
Yeah,
So this is one of the dresses that you
Yeah,
get.
got a different neck as well. It's got a V sort of slightly
Oh,
offset.
so it has. Look, can you
So
see it?
again, they're all a little bit sort of on trend.
And then you've also got this fabulous, would you call that a maxi dress?
It is, yeah, a little boho maxi dress.
Little boho. Absolutely brill. Absolutely brill. So you can really, really go to town with Mackenzie and Macy, create a whole wardrobe of clothes. Of course, you can mix and match clothes across the two of them and, really, really mix it up. The shirt pattern that you get with your original doll pattern, of course, you could make that in so many different ways to make it look good on Mackenzie or on Macy. Or indeed name your own elf, of course. Now, if you want to make multiples, you're going to need some felt and some joints and eyes. So we've got a special pack. Now, this is 100% wool felt, absolutely beautiful. And if you're frugal, Sandra has told us you can get 2 dolls from 1 pack. But your joints, your eyes that come are enough for 1. So you've got 1 pair of eyes, and then you've got all your joints to create 1 elf. Oh, Elaine's message, she says, morning, lovely Stuart. It was my birthday yesterday. Well, happy birthday for yesterday, Elaine. I'm making it last all week. Lots of love. Of course.
Of course.
I mean, all week, all month. Elaine, surely. All month. I do.
Yeah.
When's
Well,
your birthday?
30th of December.
Oh, well, happy birthday to you
Thank
too.
you. Yeah.
That
sort
make
of
you a Capricorn?
Yeah, we sort of brush it over. It's one of those.
No.
Maybe this year I'll celebrate it.
Oh, have February.
Yeah, shall I instead?
Yeah.
I should have a June birthday as well.
Have both.
Yeah, but not age. Go back one. Do you think?
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pendulum button. Love it. Yeah, definitely. Has the pattern sold out? We're going to try and get some more. That would be for 11. If we can do it, it'll be for 11. Oh, Mandy, where can I get extra joints and eyes from? Ah, now then. Yeah, no, I know what Mandy means. She means like, yeah, okay, we've got the felt for 2, but can I get joints and eyes? We're not doing them on their own.
Not today. I will sort that out. So give me chance.
Yeah, next show maybe.
Next show, yeah, or even just check out my website over the next week or so.
You've enough here to do one anyway,
Absolutely,
and then cut out your pieces for your next one and just hold fire until we get the joints and eyes.
Yeah, we've spoke about buttons. You could even have buttons for eyes.
Oh, buttons for eyes would be cute, and buttons for the joints as well. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. These are joints. You are a team of inspirational people who make me want to make these amazing elves and their clothes. That's from Marie. Well, you are.
Thank you, Marie. Absolutely, yeah. Do you know, the inspiration is you making them, because then you give them names and they have their own characters and their own little lives. So that's really nice. I mean, it'd be a bit sad if I just got me on my own, wouldn't it? But we've got a whole team of
No, I love it. I love it. Victorian Mackenzie and Macy.
Yes, could you imagine? Steampunk.
Yes. Knickerbockers.
Yeah, and then you could go 1920s as well.
Flapper.
Cool.
Flapper Macy.
Yeah, I need to do some more clothes.
Oh, that'll be fun.
I've got ideas. Yeah, I've got ideas.
So cool.
Anyway,
now,
told to move on.
You've been super busy and I'm just going to show you this. It's a brand new bag. It's called the Hobby Bag. And I have the kit for this. Let me just show you the bag. It's awesome. You've got your amazing sort of suitcase style bag. You've got gorgeous shoulder straps. You've got a double zip. On the outside, of course, you've got pockets front and back. And then when you go inside, you have got... Look at this.
You can tell it's a working bag, can't you?
You've got all this deep space on both sides with pockets there as well. But then look, you've got your organizer. Look at this. And zip pocket here as well. Of course, if you wanted to, you could do one of those with the zip either side. Mix and match, make it you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
make it you.
You've got to think about what you want to do. I mean, there I've actually stitched that in permanently, but we have got on the pattern positions if you want to put poppers in. So if you want to,
Velcro.
Yeah, you could put everything in there, but then take it out and use it, and then put it back. I mean, I took that on holiday with me.
Could you do 2 lots?
You could do 2 lots if you want. I mean, there's enough fabric to do 1, but yeah, absolutely.
Add extra fabric.
You could do 2. And sort of build it up so it ends up, you open it, it's a little bit like a book maybe. But yeah, and of course if you want zipped pockets and everything, and you could add more, you could do all sorts of things to it. She did take that on a plane with me last month.
I know, you still got all your stuff in there.
Yeah, I still got my plane tickets in the front and everything.
No judgment, but it's all still there.
Well, at least I'd got
so it is.
with me.
There's your boarding pass.
There you are.
See?
But, you know, it's nice to sort of see that I do use these things. And, of course, our A4 folder, if you've got that, fits in there as well. Yeah. So not only have I got it looks a little bit empty without it all, but actually that fits
goes in, doesn't it?
So I am in the process of making one of those in the same fabric to match.
Brilliant.
Because I do use that all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
Nice. So, yeah, there's bits everywhere.
Brilliant. Let me show you the kit anyway. The bag's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Right, here it is. Take my hobby with me.
Absolutely, yeah. It fits everything in, everything.
I think it's a brilliant design. It really is. So first off, you've got your pattern. You've got your full-size paper template pieces. Really fantastic quality, full-sized. Nothing's overlapping here. You can cut this pattern straight out and use it.
That's what I like to have.
For the impatient crafter, look at these. You've outdone yourself with these fabrics.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, when it's a bit dreary and drab outside, you want a little bit of colour in your life.
Look.
So I've gone really tropical with that. Of course, those images, everything's been drawn. It's all been hand drawn to start with, and then of course
detail.
the it's
And
lovely,
the
isn't it?
shading. These are absolutely beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So you get all of the fabric that you need to create that bag and those inserts inside. And I mean, this is your lining.
Well, do you know what? When you open it out, you
don't
want
wanna
that bit
pour
of
it
bright sunshine, don't you? Which is
you
why I use that for the light. But having said that, if you wanted that as the outside, or you want the orange as the outside, you could. You don't have to do the same as me.
Well, I am thinking, Sandra, that just a little binding on the pockets or something like that
Something,
in
yeah.
on the outside. You can mix and match these fabrics,
You
can't
absolutely you can.
It's brilliant, brilliant value because you're getting everything fabric-wise, plus your pattern and your pattern pieces to make that amazing bag. $52.99. Now do check out, won't you? Pauline Wheeler's got in touch
Oh,
to
hey,
say
Pauline.
a morning with two of my favourite friends. How lovely.
Oh, don't forget Dobby, Pauline.
Thank you, lovely. Thank you, lovely. Absolutely
Love her.
gorgeous.
Love her.
And a morning to Steph. Morning, my lovely. How are you? Now, Elizabeth says, I'm flying to Oz soon. This is perfect.
Yes.
A country town near Port Macquarie. Loving you two together. Now, I love, love, love Port Macquarie.
That'd be amazing. Going somewhere
South
really hot,
Wales.
because I went somewhere and I was expecting it to be hot and it rained all the time. It was freezing. So imagine having that bright orange on the front. That'd be really,
gorgeous.
wow.
This will go down very well. Is it
Yes.
actually Port Macquarie that you're going to? Or
Fantastic.
somewhere nearby? It's lovely. Lovely tennis club in Port Macquarie.
Is there? Never been.
Charlie and I actually tried to buy an apartment there.
Oh, right.
Oh, fell in love with it. It's gorgeous.
Oh,
And there's a secret little beach. I
Oh.
can't tell you where it is.
Because it's a secret. All right.
Absolutely gorgeous. Hello, my two faves.
Oh.
I just had to have this kit to match the backpack I made at Sandra's class. This is Yvonne.
Yvonne. Yes, we did make backpacks. Not last week, week before. You said you couldn't, and you did. It's brilliant.
amazing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely
Thanks,
gorgeous.
Yvonne.
Let me show you around this gorgeous, gorgeous bag again. So first off, it's called the Take My Hobby With Me travel bag. Now, absolutely, wouldn't this make an amazing hobby bag? But I mean, just for general travel, for college,
Yep.
for anything at all, just for the day. You've got pockets on the outside. You have got shoulder straps, nice and long, comfortable shoulder straps. You've got a double zip around the outside, and then the whole thing opens out completely flat. Look, you've got that beautiful blue fabric on the outside. Love it, so tropical. You've got the fabulous tangerine lining, stunning. And then you've got these brilliant inserts. Now you can have them fixed in, stitched in, velcroed, poppered. You could make multiples if you have some more fabric. But look how adaptable this is. You've got your pocket there. You've got your pencil. This could be your double pointed needles. This could be your crochet hooks. This could be rotary cutter, scissors. You've got a zipper pocket on this side. But again, you can mix and match these. You could have zippered pockets on the back. You could do multiple layers. What a brilliant, brilliant pattern. Lots of you going for this. Oh, Pauline's now backtracked and said, oh, I could never forget Dobby. Manny, you said your two favourite friends, or were you talking about Dobby
Oh,
and...
maybe it was just you and Dobby.
Probably just Mackenzie and Macy, to
Oh,
be
maybe
fair.
so, yeah.
Love it. Now, if you want the pattern on its own for this, I've got you covered. Sandra's got you covered. So you get your pattern, you get your instructions, you also get your full-size pattern pieces as well. And these are beautiful quality. Quarter of the stock's already checked out on pre-order. Not surprised, this is such a cool bag. Really different as well, really different. So many different ways you could adapt and use this. Love it.
Yeah.
Sonia's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. I hope you had a brilliant time off for your birthday. I did. Looking forward to today's shows as I put my course assignments on hold until this afternoon. Can I get the bag pattern on digital? It's a physical only.
It's a
isn't it?
physical only, yeah. Only because the actual pattern's a full-size pattern, and obviously then starting to print that as PDFs, you've got to stick together. it's going to cause you more problems, isn't it, than it's worth. So
I agree.
Yeah, it's always nice having that pattern, I think, anyway, a real thing.
I know, to be fair, I've just, as I say, I'm going to make myself dungarees. I've just bought the pattern. And that was, you know, it was like £7.20 as a download or like £19.99 for fully printed, booklet, all everything. And I just went for that because I want the physical pattern.
By the time you've printed it out and you've stuck it together, you've spent more than that anyway.
I think, but that's just me. But yeah, physical pattern only, but brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Right, we're going to go to a little demo, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought making the bag itself, when I say it, I wouldn't say it was for a beginner. I would say a confident beginner.
Yep.
Follow the instructions, but it would be nice if you understood putting a zip on and that kind of thing. I say it's all in the instructions, but sometimes you just need that little bit of know-how. But the inside, I thought I'd do that. So this is a little bit different.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got two of these pieces. Now, what I've done on the actual bag, I did use Deckerville Light on one side and interfacing on the other. But for this one, I'm doing it a little bit different. I've medium interfaced both pieces. So this one and here we go, the other bit there. And I'm going to add a little piece of wadding in. Now, I'm not going to quilt that wadding. You could use Bosal if you wanted to as well. But I'm not going to sort of quilt this because by the time I've put pockets on top and things like that, you're not going to see it anyway. No. So here's my piece, and you can see the two sides. You see you've like got a spine down the middle there. That's the bit you're either going to stitch to the middle or you're going to use poppers on a little bit later. So I've got my pockets in. I've decided I've gone with all the same sort of colour.
Gorgeous.
So I've interfaced one side, just one half of it, because what I'm going to do is fold it in half and stitch down and form a little tube.
Okay.
And you'll notice as well with the pockets on this, you think, well, actually these are sort of round shapes. So the outside, I haven't put the round shapes on the pockets because, you know, you never cut them same, do you? You never cut the curves the same. So what I've done, I've made them all as rectangles and you can place them on top of your bag and you can trim round to suit.
Oh, cool, yeah.
This makes life easier. Yeah, sometimes you just don't need any hassle. You just want to make it, don't you?
Sometimes, any given day, Sandra, I don't want no hassle any day.
I just tried to make it so it's as straightforward as it can be. And cutting curves and trying to get them to match, you just think, why am I doing it twice?
Who needs the drama?
Yeah, put it on and I'm done with. So, there we go. Turning that into a tube. Now, if you wanted to, you could make these pockets a little bit bigger if you wanted, or you could actually do one side in one fabric, one side in another. I think on the pattern and the instructions I've used two different fabrics for the outer pockets. I think, I can't quite remember, but here we go, let's turn it in.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Sandra, I'm always looking for ways where I can sort of save a bit of the lovely fabric.
Well, you could use plain.
To do a little, yeah, you know, and I must admit, you know, I mean, it's gorgeous, of course, when you look inside the pocket and you've got that gorgeous...
Yeah, I did use two colours.
You know. Yeah. But if you used your own, like, solids or something for the lining there, then you've got little bits of extra fabric left.
Yeah.
Just to make yourself a little something else.
Well, shall I show you how much fabric I'd got left?
Oh, yes,
and I'd
please.
cut it all out. So here's my bits left. I say bits. So I don't have any of the blue left because I used most of it for the handles and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I've got this piece left.
Ooh.
For my lovely brights. And then for my yellow, because I used it for the lining, but of course this has got no handles or anything. So I've got these bits, but then this is double.
Wow.
So if you wanted to add extra pockets, I wanted to make sure you'd got enough to do that, or if you want to put flaps in, things like that. So that's, when I say my spare, that's what I've got left. That would make a lovely set of dungarees and a shirt, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I'm also thinking, Sandra, your travel folder, your tangle kits.
Yes.
You've done some lovely smaller bags. I'm thinking if you've got extras, if you've got a little bit of Sanntangle fabric,
exactly,
you could mix and match and make yourself a whole set.
Yeah, exactly.
Very nice.
Okay.
Now, we've got a question from Sandra.
Oh, hi.
Oh, Sandra Rushton. Sandra from Greater Manchester.
Oh, hi there.
Could this bag be used for crochet hooks? Would wool fit in? Oh, Sandra.
Yes. Yes, it would. Yeah, absolutely. You've got those dips. I mean, is it a is it a couple of inches either side, I think, depth-wise, I would
Down
say.
here.
Yeah, so if you put that,
Yeah.
you've got plenty of space. I mean,
Oh,
I fit
gosh.
my sketchbook in one side, which is A4, plus it's got a leather cover, and my A4 essential folder, it's got a sketchbook in as well, and all my pens and pencils, and that sits on the other side, and it's super.
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, your crochet hooks are going to be no longer than one of Sandra's pencils.
Of course.
So your crochet hooks are going to go. I'd probably subdivide further the crochet hook or double-pointed needles.
Exactly, and there's nothing stopping you doing those sort of crochet hooks on the actual inside of the bag if you wanted to as well.
Oh, yeah.
So you could put them there if you wanted.
Yeah. Or you could have like a deeper pocket there, perhaps for patterns.
Exactly, yeah.
Something like that.
It depends what you want to do with it. There's
Stitch
options.
markers.
This is one sort of sample or one example. You know, it's a little bit of a serving suggestion, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely. Helen from Greater Manchester has also messaged to say, hi, Stuart and Sandra, just tuned in and love this hobby bag. Gorgeous, isn't it? Please, can you tell me the finished size? Loving the bright colours on this grade. I mean, it's a morning of beautiful bright colours.
Oh, yeah.
So our sizes of the bag. This is an absolutely brilliant size. Thanks, Sandra.
Look, it's like I planned it to take.
It certainly is. So your width-wise on this, it is like 15 inches. I mean, I'm pushing it in just so you get a conservative size. 15 inches or 38 centimetres. Height-wise, I'm going to, again, push that in, say 10 inches. About 10 inches there, or 26 centimetres. And then the depth of it all, once it's all folded up or zipped up, it is about 4 inches or 11 centimetres in depth. So this is a really, really good size.
Yeah. I actually went online and checked what size I could take on a plane.
Oh, cool. And
So
made the bag
I worked it
accordingly.
around those sizes that you're allowed. Having said that, it actually got checked. It went through, you know, as you go through security,
Yeah.
they did actually. I think they just wanted a bit of a look at it, if I'm honest,
I
because
wouldn't
they
be
took
surprised.
it, they opened it all, they checked everything was in, they opened all the zips, and like, yeah, they all work. It's like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Off you go. Get out my way.
Like, if you want the pattern, just tune into Sewing Street. Thank you. Steph says, loving the glasses. Thank you very much. I had to put these on today, Sandra. My contact
I know.
lenses are
You look really
scratchy.
cool in them. Absolutely.
I can rock them. There you go. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful bag. If you want the pattern with fabric, those details are on screen. $52.99. That's to reproduce. Now, of course, if you prefer, you could have this on the outside.
That'd look nice, wouldn't it?
That would look amazing.
Or you could have the
Or you could
bright
have
sunshiny
this
one.
on the outside. You can really, or you could patchwork some fabric together, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Whatever works for you, whatever
could be
you...
patchwork.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Oh, such lovely fabric. It's making me feel totally tropical. Get your pattern, full-size pattern pieces as well. There's physical pattern in there and all your instructions, all of your step-by-steps. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, again, physical only, you need those full-size paper pattern pieces that come with. No printing off required, no photocopying required. It's all printed on heavy-duty paper, and you've got your full instructions as well. Fabulous price, $12.99, and you get a full instructions. And fabric-wise, when we're making this, what are our 3 fabrics?
Yeah, you need a metre of each.
1 metre of each.
You do, yeah.
Brilliant. Gosh, now that really puts into context what amazing value the kit is.
They're not half metres, they're full metres.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, I hadn't pointed that out. I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right. Okay.
Show me a bit more?
Yeah, I've done my tube. And what I've done, I've turned it the right way around, but it's something I do with a lot of my pockets. Rather than have the seam on the very edge, you know, where you sometimes and you can't quite press it, my seam, I've put it on the inside here. So I've just sort of moved my little tube over. Now, this is really nice if you're doing 2 different fabrics, because you can have a little trim, a little bit of it showing.
Okay.
But because I've got the same fabric, when I look at it on the front here, you don't see the seam at all. So bringing that in, and I do apologise, it's the same fabric and you can't see it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on, but I'm not going to put it on where I've got those curves. If I just put a piece of paper underneath that, you see where you've got that curve? I'm not putting it level there because this is my spine and I need to keep that clear. So I'm going to come about an inch up and layer it up. Now, if you really want a pattern match, you can, but I haven't. I don't think it really matters. It's such a busy pattern that you don't really need to sort of worry about things like that at all.
No, absolutely.
What I would do, though, is as you're going to sort of split it up, now I did have my friction pen somewhere. It's amazing, you've got everything in your kit and then you can never find anything.
Yes, until you walk through.
Yeah.
It's probably the elves of
Yeah, they've all
stolen
been
it.
in and made a mess, yeah.
Yeah.
I would actually go on and draw my little bits and pieces here. So, you know, you can choose at this point how big or how small you want these bits to be. I'm going to add a couple more in, like so. Let's do another one there. Now, I've actually got my wadding underneath this.
Okay.
So, again, I've not quilted it at all. There's no real point because you're going to have pockets on there and that's going to hold it all in place. But I am just going to put a couple of pins just to hold that in there. And now I've got my pocket, I'm going to sew down the sides, just inside the seam. I'm going to sew across the bottom, of course, or else my bits are going to fall out. And then I'm going to sew my lines to split my space off. So if I quickly whiz that through.
Any tips for top stitching, Sandra?
If you're going to top stitch, I think you've got to go a little bit slower. Use a bigger stitch. So I tend to go to a 3 for a top stitch. And if you're not sure, find a colour thread that matches.
Yes.
If you use a contrasting colour, you can guarantee you're going to have a bit of a wobble in the middle. you just know it, don't you?
Yeah.
And rather than you think, oh, I'll just fix that bit, it never looks right.
No.
So you would have to undo it all and try again. So that would be my
I agree
idea.
with you. It's that sort of no drama option, isn't it?
Yes.
To use a matching thread.
Absolutely.
Or just blend in.
I think sometimes it looks more expensive as well if you can't always see the thread.
Yes.
And it sort of sits in because obviously matching thread has to be dyed and everything else to suit, and it can be a bit more expensive than the white.
It is a classy look, isn't it? It's lovely.
So that would be what I would do.
Oh, I would just mention, by the way, if you, like me, have completely fallen in love with these fabrics, I've got some very good news because I've got a mega bundle of Sandra's new fabrics. I'm also completely in love with the Bargello quilt, which is just divine and coming up at 11 o'clock. But also, I'm thinking that some of this collection could be mixed in. Let me show you this. It's so yummy. It's so yummy. This is the does this fabric collection have a name, by the way?
It's called Tropical Days.
Tropical Days.
Yeah, so you've got the whole thing there.
Yes, please.
Look at that.
I'll have some tropical days. I'm going to move that one in. No, I'm going to put it back where it was. There we go. Look at these. Now, you know me, I love a rainbow. And this is a bit of a tropical rainbow. You've got 1/2 metre of each fabric, and you've got 6 fabrics in total. $41.99. Just look at these. So you'll recognise this one from the bag kit. You've got 1/2 metre this time of this one. You've got this fabulous flamingo pink, just riotous colour.
It's fab,
Love
isn't
all
it?
the shading. It's beautiful, Sandra. Absolutely beautiful. This is just... This reminds me... I know they're flowers, but these remind me of cheeks of mango.
Yes.
Gorgeous slices of mango. It's like a fruit salad. It's just so beautiful.
You could smell it almost, can't you?
You can. It's juicy. It's delicious. There's your fabulous sort of tangerine, golden yellow. Really beautiful.
And it's not plain, that one.
No.
It doesn't always come across. There's lots of little circles all over it.
That, Sandra, is a fabulous I love that for like a blender collection.
Got a little bit of something to it rather than using a simple plain.
Yeah. You could have that in any colour combination, couldn't you?
Well, I could.
You literally could.
I literally could, yeah.
Literally could. And I think you should.
Yeah, but of course that yellow matches the yellow flowers, and all the colours are all from the same piece of artwork in a sense.
Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You do get 1/2 metre of each. So I'm thinking quilts, I'm thinking cushions, bags, anything really.
Yeah. It is quilting weight fabric, so you can quilt with it.
And if we can, Sandra, can we hang on to these as well into your 11 o'clock hour? Because I
Yeah,
just think
sure.
these, with your warm and cool colour bundles that
Yes.
you've done in your Bargello, would
Yes.
look amazing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing. These fabrics are all available by the half metre as well, individually. So if there's a particular one or two that you've fallen in love with, that you want to buy half a metre or a metre of each or something like that, then we'll do those in the next hour. Lots of you have already spotted those and have been stocking up your stashes. Don't blame you. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful.
Just a bit of everything in there.
bundle,
Bit of everything
oh,
in
it's
there.
lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really.
That little hint of yellow in that green.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's you're doing your job.
Now, I mentioned earlier on, you could fit Sandra's essential A4 travel folder into your brand new Take My Hobby Anywhere bag. Let me grab, now I've got the original here.
Yeah. I think I've got about 3 of them, all in different fabrics. Depends what mood I'm in.
Exactly. This is the kind of project you make again and again and again in different fabric combos. I mean, absolutely so multifunctional. I'll turn it around the right way. You have got a place for everything. So you've got this big pocket here that you can keep things like magazines, patterns, could be your quilting, could be knitting or crochet.
Yeah. Again, my leather sketchbook fits in there as well. So.
Could be your woodworking magazine.
Could be anything.
And you could have your pencils and marking tools. You've got lots of pockets with flaps, open. This could be makeup brushes.
It could be, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So many different ways you can use this.
Yeah.
You've got your fabulously, this is inserted into the
but
seam.
you need to open that
Showed
because...
us how to do a secret pocket.
Secret pocket, and that's the whole sort of size. You've got an A4, really decent A4 piece of, space in there that you can use.
Brill. It really is absolutely brill. That's almost like, you know, those kind of 18th and 19th century like desks that have the secret pockets that you need.
It's just very tactile.
Yeah.
And, you can make this work for whatever you want. So if
Brilliant.
you wanted to make some of the pockets a little bit bigger, or, I've got one space in there for like my ruler specifically and all that. You can actually do it for whatever you want. So, fitting your scissors in.
Yeah.
I just haven't put a button on that one yet.
You can mix and match.
You could.
This is the thing, it's such an adaptable pattern. And I'm just going to grab today's brand new bag because I want to show you how, if you're making this also fits perfectly.
That's it.
So
Get that
now
with space.
it's really starting to build, isn't it? This range of hobby bags.
It certainly is. They're all useful. I only ever make something I find either beautiful that I like or it's useful. And you see that I do use my bags. I use my little organisers. And
I think William Morris got there before you.
He
Sandra.
did, I know. But, that's the whole ethos.
It's
isn't
true.
It? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not making something for the sake of it. I make
No, I agree
something
with you.
because I use it.
So they've got to be beautiful, useful, or preferably both.
Absolutely.
Such great patterns, such great patterns. So that's your A4 Essential Travel folder, full pattern there. Now, I've also got the travel-sized Tangle kit.
Guys, it's so cute.
Do I have a sample for this one?
Yes, it's that red one there, yeah.
It is the...
It is. Again,
here.
I just haven't put a button on it. Yeah.
Thought it was.
I did
So-
demonstrate. Sorry, Stuart, didn't want to talk over you. I did demonstrate that. I think it was the last time maybe I was here. So you could look back on that show and you could see.
17th of
Yeah, I
December.
think maybe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I actually did make that one. I just need to put the poppers on.
Again, pockets, love that. That's so smart.
Well, you can get a bit more in.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Exactly. And this is where you're going to you sew it up there, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going to sew it up there. Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. And also as well with this kit, you actually get your Tangle kit there as well. So you've got your wooden sketching board, you've got your Sanntangle pen, you've got pencils, you've got a couple of tortillons, you've got your button to sew on, you've got a little circle template in there, I think.
Yeah, it's really nice because it's like a rectangle, so you can use it as a ruler if you want to. It has got the numbers on it, and you've got circles because they're really tricky to draw, and you do get some tiles with it as well. But even if you don't tangle, you can still use the tiles to make notes and draw little ideas on and things like that. Really good quality
Really
stuff.
useful.
Yeah.
It's great. Well, I've got the like sofa organizer that you made for me.
Yes.
And that has got some of these. It's so useful to have. Especially, I love the little wooden board. Just you need that surface to write on.
Exactly, and because it's small,
Yeah.
obviously it fits in there in the pockets brilliantly, but it's just there when you need it, isn't it? Everything.
Really
You can even throw that in your glove box in the car.
Yeah, you absolutely could.
You know, when
You
you've
absolutely
got
could.
all
Or
your
put it
little
in your
bits,
pocket.
your essentials. When you need them.
Yeah, I mean, it could be things like, you know, combs, scissors,
Exactly.
you know,
And of course, you
personal care.
throw that in your all hobby bag, and you've not got things sort of throwing around inside there. They're all contained.
Yeah, it's fab. Again, practical, useful, beautiful. Now, talking of which, Sandra has launched a brand new pattern today. It's fabulous. It's the Take My Hobby With Me travel bag. Brilliant for crafting on the go, but also brilliant as a general travel bag. You've got those gorgeous shoulder straps. You've got outer pockets, a double zip.
Oh, it's so
Confident
satisfying,
beginner
that,
level.
isn't it?
Brilliant. I just love the fact then that it opens out as a gorgeous flat bag. Now, actually, this could be an overnight or weekend bag because I could get my clothes and toiletries in here for an overnight.
Yeah.
Abigail from South Yorkshire's message. She says, "Hi, Stuart. Loving the show. Looking great in your glasses." Oh,
There
thank
you are.
you. Bit of an emergency, but bag looks good for taking my bear making stuff around. Love the elf and the clothes. Abigail, there's such a lot on the show today.
It's been a busy one, hasn't it? Yeah. I mean, even with that pocket in the middle, you could actually put that together to make a full pocket. So you've got extra space with flaps, all sorts. So if you didn't want to carry things, you wanted to put something in securely.
Yeah.
You know, even your undies.
You could.
You could. I think I've given you the starting point, and the more you look at it, we think actually it'd be useful for this, it'd be useful for that.
True.
You could even, if you use the right wadding or the right Decaville, you could even put a laptop in there.
You could, even with the most basic bag making experience, you could adapt this in so many ways. Leslie from Lincolnshire, thanks for messaging.
Hey, Leslie.
in. She says, "Hi, Stuart and Sandra. I need this bag in my life. Love, love, love the fabrics." That's from Leslie Elf.
Hi, Leslie.
Fabrics are just divine. You've outdone yourself.
She does come to
truly.
visit for a cup of tea, I must admit, and then she's like, I like this. I like this.
Ah.
I know.
It doesn't get you anywhere because I always say, "Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that, Sandra." That
Mine.
doesn't mean a thing. Doesn't mean a thing. Right. Make your own. Here's the pattern on its own. This is the Take My Hobby With Me travel bag pattern on its own. So you get your full instructions, but you also then get your full-sized printed. Now these are single layer, nothing's overlapping, so you can literally cut your pattern out from here and you are good to go. Brilliant value for $12.99. Now, this is going to sell out because I've literally got 3 of these patterns left, but we are going to talk to Sandra very nicely and ask her if we might possibly get a few more of these for 11 o'clock.
We'll sort that.
Will you? Thank you. Now, 11 o'clock has been renamed Bargello time.
I wonder why.
Bargello
I wonder
time.
why.
Oh, my goodness me. Fallen in love with this. Absolutely fallen.
It's really
You've been talking about doing a Bargello, designing a Bargello for ages.
I have, yes, I have. And this particular one, I designed the fabrics first. So I started with my colour palette, then I put my print over the top, and then I designed the Bargello. So it was actually the fabric specifically. And I don't know if anybody's done that before. I think sometimes you get the Bargello pattern and you find your fabrics.
Yeah, of course.
Whereas I was like, no, these are the fabrics I want to use. These are the colours. Now let me see how I can put it into a specific sort of pattern. I mean, you could keep going with this. You could add to it because you've got that kind of mirror image. So you could, it's lovely, isn't it? I'm ever so pleased with it.
Well, I even think, like, for example, this fabric from your new Tropical Days collection, you know, if you wanted to add a border or if you wanted a very, very special backing fabric for that quilt.
Absolutely, yes.
This fabric would be perfect because it's got all of the colours.
It was kind of all designed at the same time, so you have got similar colours, whereas that's got lovely, like, the greens in.
Yeah.
This is more sea blue.
Yeah, there's definitely a vibe.
There's no specific
Absolutely
green,
amazing.
but it's, I'm ever so pleased with it. Look at me in the middle of it.
I know, right? It's really framed.
Oh, I love
it's
it.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
This fabric, by the way, is about to sell out. I've got 1.5 meters left, but again, we might talk to Sandra nicely.
Yeah, when we do print it, it might just be that it
might
might take us a couple more days, but
Yes,
we can sort something.
Really quick question before we go to break. Jeanette's asked very specifically, morning Stuart and Sandra, could I ask, is the blue owl panel still available? I can't find it anywhere and I love it and I've used it a few times.
You need to get in touch with me. Send me an
bring
email.
it back out of retirement.
Because certain things we do them, and then of course I'm onto other things, and they get not archived, but they are. But yeah, just get in touch with me, and we'll see if we can find it for you.
Oh. Now, we have sold out of Mackenzie and Macy elf pattern, but at 11 o'clock, we will have new stock. You won't have to wait any extra time for it, but you will need to use the code that we show you in 11 o'clock. So stick around. Now, after the break, I'm joined by the fabulous Tracy Perks from Rope and Anchor with 3 brand new patterns. Don't go anywhere.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric. Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new sunshine crochet cardigan and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me. Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Hey, sweetie. Well, sort of you, but also you. Hey, sweetie.
Hey, sweetie.
It's Tracy Perks, everybody, from Rope and Anchor. And the Hey, Sweetie that I'm referring to is that gorgeous, gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind Tracy. Absolutely love it. Now, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with these sweeties. I do love them, but they do get stuck in my teeth. These ones are calorie-free, I guarantee it. Now, this is a brand new, I've got 3 brand new projects from Tracy today. This is a brand new one called Hey Sweetie. This is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. Really fun, really fun. And I've got 2 different bundles. The first one is a Bumbleberries, Lewis and Irene. So you've got your Cream Dreams, that's your background. And then you've got your fabulous array for your sweeties. Now, I'm thinking we've got blueberry, we've got maybe a mint flavoured sweetie, we've got
Lemon,
sherbet. Good,
sherbet
lemons.
Sherbet lemons.
Of course, orange, very nice. I think we've got maybe like a strawberry.
Yeah.
It should be a strawberry, maybe raspberry, and then a blueberry.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, or a black raspberry.
Ooh, lovely.
Sophisticated, very, very nice. What sort of level quilter do I need to be?
Beginner.
Beginner friendly.
Yeah.
Beginner friendly. 57.5 inches square. So one of those quilts that's totally doable on your domestic sewing machine. Really, really sweet, pardon the pun, combination this. Sheila from Hertfordshire's message to say, morning Stuart and Tracy. I've made a few of Tracy's designs now. Today I've bought 2 more. They are brilliant. That's from Sheila in Chorleywood.
Thank you, Sheila. Yeah, she messaged me to say that she was going to get the pattern. So
Fabulous, fabulous. Lots and lots of shared skills across Tracy's patterns. I'm not demoing this one today, but you know, you've got those fabulous instructions here that are going to make every single step. One thing I love about Tracy is you get literally a row by row sort of chart to follow.
yeah.
It's so easy.
And the good thing with this one is it looks like there's sashing, but there's not sashing. So, yeah, you've got no borders to put on because it's all squares down the side. So it looks like...
Even the pink border is not a border.
No, that's right.
How clever. It's the future, I'm telling you. We've got a message for you. We'll bring it up. Hi, Tracy. I'm here with Mum, Betty, your mother-in-law. Loving the show. Hello. Loving the show. And, of course, always love your patterns. Love sis-in-law, Donna.
Hi, Donna and Betty. Thank you for watching.
It's a family affair.
It definitely
it's a family
is.
affair. Amazing value, this kit, actually. $99.99. 57.5 inches square. It's a really good size. And you get all those absolutely beautiful bumbleberries and dreams from Lewis and Irene. So really gorgeous quality. 6.5 meters of fabric in total, plus that brand new pattern from Tracy. You little sweetie. Sweetie. So that's our Lewis and Irene version. You also, of course, get your bindings included in that. So it's everything you see on the top. Right, my second quilt kit is... Oh, this is lovely. The price point's amazing for this one as well, let me tell you. Already, lots of you checking out on this on pre-order. I can't help myself. I've got to arrange it. These are beautiful. These are these are sherbet. These are all sherbet-filled sweeties for sure. You've got all your beautiful solids there. You've got your crisp white solid for your background. Okay, this is lush. And you've got your pattern as well for £62.99. That price is amazing.
That's really good. Yes.
It's a really good price, isn't it? Love it. Just gorgeous. Our bundle is slightly more pastel than Tracy's original, just a little more pastel, but it's kind of the sherbet version. These are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And you're going to get that real crisp contrast. Now, a quarter of the stock's already gone. If you want to get the sherbet version, this is the one. Hello, sweetie. Love that. Really cute. And again, completely doable on a domestic sewing machine. Really nice size. And as Tracy was explaining, your sashings are not sashings. Your borders are not borders. They're all part, you work in rows. Exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. Thank you for that, Tracy.
You're welcome.
Very nice. Very nice. A message for you from Tanya, who says, hi Tracy, some more lovely quilt patterns that are so easy to understand. Doing Infinity Quilt Friday, loving hearing about your boat adventures.
Oh, thanks, Tanya. Tanya's in my Facebook group. So,
fantastic.
Yeah.
Your Facebook group is called?
Made on the Cut. So, because I live on a boat and the canal is the cut. So, yeah, it's called Made on the Cut. So, you're welcome to come and join us if you'd like to.
That's a West Midlands term, right? The cut?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Go down the cut.
Go down the cut, yes.
Go down the cut. And up the lie.
Yeah.
Just to prove I lived in the Midlands for a very long time and taught in the Black Country.
Did you?
I did, yeah. Absolutely beautiful. They're stunning, aren't they? The finished quilt is 57.5 inches square. So really, really good size lap, or it would top a double bed really nicely. These ones are definitely the sherbet versions of the sweets.
They're lovely. And I love that sort of light minty green.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Love them all. Beautiful. Now, if you would like the pattern on its own, this would actually make a really, really good scrap quilt because each of the sweets could be a different scrap. And you could even do one scrap for the twists at the end and a different scrap for the centre. So lots of options there. It would also be a really lovely one to do in Liberty fabrics. Can you imagine Sweet Liberty?
Yeah.
You could call the quilt Sweet Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
You can have that one for nothing.
Thank you.
£12 for the pattern. £12 for the pattern. You get full instructions in there to make that gorgeous quilt. Hi both. Loving the colours of the quilts. I will see you in a few weeks. That's Linda in Dorchester.
Oh, yeah, I've got a quilt retreat down in Somerset and Linda's coming on it. So
nice.
Linda just makes me laugh so much.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, so I can't wait. That's not
What
long
it's
to
all
go.
about. Wilma's got in touch. Your whole fan club's getting in touch, Tracy. It's lovely. Hi, Super Tracy and lovely Stuart. Thank you for that, Wilma. Just time to buy this lovely quilt before rushing to the doctor's for an appointment. Have a good show. You take care of yourself, Wilma.
Thank you, Wilma, as always. Thank you.
I think, you know, a new quilt pattern or a new quilt kit just brightens the day, doesn't it? Lynn's got in touch from Somerset. She says, hi, Tracy. Your patterns are fabulous, as always. I think I might need some more of your patterns. I love the Sweetie quilt. Have a fantastic show.
Thanks, Lynn. You definitely need this one.
I think a lot of your patterns are very addictive.
They are. I mean, they're...
Put it down to?
I think because they're so simple. Just squares and half square triangles,
But
these are.
effective.
Yeah, I like to think so. And I think with the Hey Sweetie, we're using lots of different colours as well.
You certainly are.
And somebody messaged the other day, yesterday to say, oh, I think I'm going to make that in my Tula Pink style.
That would be amazing.
So, yeah, that
That would be amazing. Really, really lovely. Kerry from the West Midlands. Is this our Kerry?
Yeah, this is our Kerry.
Good morning, Tracy, Stuart, and the fabulous team. Loving the Hey Sweetie quilt. Happy Tuesday. Lots of love.
Oh, thank you,
that's
Kerry.
lovely. That's our Kerry from Living in Loveliness. Just show you these two quilts side by side, or these two kits. You make your choice, or go your own way with the quilt pattern on its own. But we have the Lewis and Irene version, and we have the solids version. Solids in the lead. Solids in the lead. Absolutely yummy. But I do love the Lewis and Irene too. This is when I look and think, oh, but I just want to mix both together and do a mixture of, and, don't whine, Stuart, nobody likes that. Becky from Wiltshire says, hello to you both. Love, love, love Tracy's patterns. They're always so easy to sew and to follow. Thank you, Becky. I paraphrased, but you got the meaning.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you.
Gorgeous. It is such a lovely quilt. I'm going to come over for a second, actually, because I really love how you've quilted this as well. I love how you've quilted this.
Well, I decided, I mean, I just normally do a cross hatch anyway, but I used a longer stitch length on this. I used a 4mm stitch length, and I decided to go light pink, and I think I used a 28 weight thread as well.
It's lovely, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. I often talk about cross-hatching as a fantastic way of really finishing almost any quilt. And I think that just shows how effective it is and achievable, whatever your level of skill. Do you mark your quilting lines?
No,
I just go
eyeball.
Yeah? It looks amazing.
Well, I always figure if I can get it to the point there, then the next point... Yeah, so...
Yeah, you can eyeball, or you could use something like masking tape. You could use masking tape just to mark your lines as well, or even a friction pen. Now, we have got a fabulous second quilt from Tracy. This is fab.
Thank you. This is so easy.
Love this.
So easy to do.
What's this one called?
Twirling columns, because it's got a little twirl round
It
here.
has. It's almost got a twist to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really beautiful. And I cannot, for the life of me, see the blocks. I can see the overall pattern, but at the moment I cannot see the blocks. I always think that is a really mark of a clever design when you look and think, but I can't see how to make that.
Oh, great.
But we shall
Thank
see,
you.
because
Yes.
you'll demo this.
2 blocks, I'll show you. It's super easy. Yeah.
I could imagine making this in so many colour combinations. Seth Apter or Tim Holtz Fabrics. I could imagine doing a solids version of this. Or to me, it looks amazing, doesn't it? But really, any time of year you could make this. Now, I'm going to show you, we've got pattern on its own, and I've got 2 bundles as well, and really good priced bundles. Let me make a little bit of space. Let's start with pattern on its own, though, for twirling columns. Oh, now I'm starting to maybe see the blocks, but I'm still not sure. This is a brand new pattern from Tracy. Love the freshness, the modernness of this. Lovely, isn't it? So you get your full pattern, full instructions. Got your colouring sheet. Love a colouring sheet. Keep a track of your fabrics and notions as well. Fabulous. £12 for that. Physical pattern only, by the way. No option for a digital on this. Okay. Morning to Christine, who says, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Did you have to just read that out?
Yeah.
My own ego. Thank you. And Lisa says, morning, Tracy and Stuart. I'm watching, travelling to my next job. Watching as promised. The Hey Sweetie is a must.
Thank you, Lisa.
Love it. It is. It is. Right, let me show you some fabric bundles. I've got a solids and I've also got a Liberty version. Should we start with solids? Let's start with solids. So, in this kit, okay, now, this kit is 60, the quilt rather, is 60 inches square. So again, completely doable on a domestic sewing machine. I know that you've used a wiggle stitch.
Yeah, like the serpentine stitch
Serpentine
on my
stitch.
brother machine.
Yes.
And I lengthened the stitch length. I did a few practice stitches, as I always do anyway, just to see if I've got it right. And then I just did again a crosshatch with that, and I just think it gives a really different effect.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Yeah.
But easy and achievable.
Absolutely, and if you're not quite on point with your stitching across, it's not going to show.
No, fabulous.
Yeah.
And just a minute, hang on, you what? $45.99. This is for the quilt kit. This includes the pattern and 4.5 meters of fabric. Amazing value. You've got terracotta, you've got orange, and you've got gold. Absolutely beautiful. Keep it simple, keep it classy. This is snuggly. This is really snuggly. That's amazing value. 60-inch square quilt, you've got your pattern. This is your binding as well?
You should be able to get the binding out of, I think, the orange or the yellow,
Yep.
or the gold, yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lots of you got that in your baskets. Now, I don't have many of these kits, I'll be honest. I do not have very many of them at all. So if you want the solids, it is amazing value at $45.99, but you will have to be quick, all right? That's the solids version. Now, I've also got a rather fabulous Liberty version. So this is a little bit special. This is using Emily Bell. Emily Bell. You've got this fabulous sort of cocoa brown. This is chocolate. Chocolate. You've also got tangerine and yellow. Oh, just lovely, isn't it? Again, keep it simple, keep it classy, gorgeous. That's still an amazing price. This is Liberty, remember, $87.99 for a 60-inch square quilt. Morning, you lovely pair. Gorgeous quilts. That's Maureen, who's in Gloucestershire.
Oh, morning, Maureen.
Love that message. Morning, you lovely pair. Oh, whereabouts in Gloucestershire, Maureen? I'm from Tewkesbury originally.
Are you?
It's my old stomping ground. It is. The Shire. Cheltenham, Gloucester. Love it. Forest of Dean. We're going to do some demo.
Yes, we are.
Nice skill builders. Really nice, I think, actually, if you've not made quilts before.
Yeah.
And you want to have a bash. These are good basic skills.
Yes, definitely. So, shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we've got the twirling columns. Did you have the pattern there?
Yeah, of course.
Didn't grab one.
Yeah.
And it's made with 2 blocks. That's all. And one of the blocks is all squares. So this is the first block here. And you can see it's just all squares, they're nice big squares, so there's nothing small or fiddly. If this is your first quilt, then it's a great one to get started with. And then this is the second block. And you can see we've got some half square triangles here, which I'll show you how to make in a moment. And again, just squares. And then they piece together like so.
I could not see the blocks.
Yeah.
I could not see the blocks. I think I was looking in our TV monitor and I think I was overcomplicating it because the blocks blend together and they have almost, do you see where you've got, I know we haven't got the camera on me now, but you've got that sort of, that ripple that goes between the blocks. It's the way that 2 different blocks can be made to join up. It's really clever pattern.
Thank you. And then in the pattern, I'll show you how to make the block, each individual block, row by row, and then how to piece those blocks together. And it's just as simple as that. So it's a really, really effective pattern. And you could do it in so many different colourways. You know, this is a sort of an autumnal colourway, isn't it? But you could do it in yellows and pinks and different greens. There's all sorts that you could do with it. So also in the pattern, there is a diagram on how to make a half square triangle. And I'll show you how I make mine. There's loads of different ways that you can make half square triangles. But I make mine 2 at a time.
Fab.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So we've got, I'll just use the edge of this. So I always choose my lighter fabric to start with, and I draw a line diagonally across. So I don't know if you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've drawn my line across there. I use a friction pen or anything to hand because it doesn't matter, you're going to cut through that line. And then I've got my brown fabric that I'm going to place them. If you were using fabric with patterns on, then, or, you know, they need to be face to face.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to take this to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew 1/4 inch away from this line here. And then I'm going to turn it around and do exactly the same there. And then I'll show you what we do next. Mm-hmm. First, I need to put my glasses on.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oops, my... There we go. So I've sewn the one side, and then I'm just going to turn that round now and sew away from that other line, that line there down the middle. And like I say, there's so many ways to make half square triangles, but this is my preferred method. And can you see we've got both those lines sewn there. And now I'm just going to take my ruler, and I'd use a normal straight edge ruler, but this is the one I've got closest to hand. And this is the start of our half square triangle unit. Excuse me. So see, we've got 2 there. Now, you may want to give these a bit of a starch before, because they're quite big units. So I don't think I'll switch my iron on. And now we're going to press these. Let me just bring the pressing that over. And we're going to press to the dark side.
Mm-hmm.
So just give those a press there. Set those stitches in place.
Got a message
Keep
for you.
forgetting.
I love Tracy's patterns and quilts. They're stress-free and her demonstrations are clear and easy to follow. Thank you. Never stop designing. That's Helen in Newport.
Oh, thank you, Helen. That's lovely. Thank you so much.
Never stop designing.
Never stop designing.
Never.
I'm not going to stop designing.
What is your design process?
It used to be a graph book.
Yeah.
And I do carry a little graph book around with me. And now I use the combination of my graph book and EQ8.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a good program to use where I can swap colours in and out instead of having to re-sketch it out in my graph book. And then don't like those colours or the crayons that I used.
Yeah.
And then start again.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I do like to just sit on the sofa in front of the coal fire and sketch stuff out.
Yeah. Well, I think with Hey Sweetie, we get a colouring sheet, do we?
Yeah, there's a colouring sheet in all the patterns.
Oh, in all of them. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because it is lovely then to be able to kind of colour your own and have a go at design. Because, like, for example, with Hey Sweetie, you could do this in so many different ways, couldn't you? You could do it as a counting quilt. You could have numbers, like 1 in purple, 2 in pink, 3 in mint, and so on, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really fun to do.
Yeah, you could do it with a dark background, a dark navy
That would
background,
be really nice.
with like gold sweet wrappers.
Ooh,
Fancy.
fancy.
Yeah, getting a bit fancy now.
I like it.
So, this is my half square triangle, and now this is one of my favourite rulers. This is the Stripology ruler. This is the smaller one, and
Back in stock as well. Back in stock. Oh, now then, some good news. $39.99. Now, you know there should not be split pay on this, but split pay was added. Was it like a manager's special or something? It was a special, and there were split pays. The split pays haven't been taken off, so they're still there. This is the time to get it. This is the time to get it. £13.33.
Wow.
To get it home, £13.33. That's today's split pay. It'll come home. You can make your next payment next month and the final payment the month after that. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Fantastic. It's a great time to get it. This is the mini Stripology Squared. So useful.
I use it all the time. Yeah, I use it all the time. There's lots of different ways, excuse me, that you can use this for squaring up. And I've put some little markers on mine because we're going to square up to 4.5 inches. And I'm not sure if you can see, but can you see these lines? You've got some in black, which are your 2-inch, 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch, and 6-inch squaring.
Okay.
And then in the middle, in white, is your 1/2 inches. So you've got 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, and 6.5.
Yeah.
So it's better to put some markers on because we're squaring up 4.5 inches. So we need to make sure that that's sat, excuse me, in the middle of the half square triangle. And we're going to trim off. And it looks a little bit odd for a start off. So we're going to trim off these edges here. And so we take those bits away and turn it around. And that does look a little bit odd there. But I promise you...
Trust the process.
Trust the process. And then I'm going to line up the diagonal across this way now, but also the top of the 4.5 inch and the bottom of the 4.5 inch.
And just got to let you know, over half the stock of the Stripology Mini Squared is in baskets or checked out. It shouldn't really be on split pay. Okay, it's on 3 split pays, would you believe? Your split pay is only £13.33 to get it home. It's on split pay as a mistake, but take advantage, genuinely. That was left on from when we did a special on it. It shouldn't still be on split pay now, but it is. Take advantage. Great way to get it home. Loads of you checking out on that. Sorry, Tracy.
That's all right. That's, you know, it's just a brilliant...
You love the Stripologies, don't you?
I love the Stripologies.
Yeah.
I do, yeah. And then we're going to... Now I've lined the diagonal and the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm going to take off those, make sure I've got the right bit. And look, you've got perfect points. Perfect points. And that will make the difference to your quilting and your getting your seams right when you're using half square triangles. So
I am actually a big fan myself of squaring up units because the whole thing goes together so much easier.
It definitely does.
For everybody.
It does, yeah. And you'll thank yourself later on when you're putting your rows together. And yeah, it's just a really good ruler. Yeah. Well, and also as well, this is the sort of, if you've always thought, oh, what's the fuss about Stripology? This is a great sort of entry level and very, very useful size. This is the Stripology Squared Mini, $39.99. That'll square up things like, and cut out, what, up to like 6.5 inches? Yeah, 6.5 inch squares. Really useful. I've got 4 left. If you want this, 3 left now. 2 left. 1 left. Wow. Okay, and it's gone. Well done, well done, well done. Now, the solid bundle of twirling columns is very, very close to selling out. I have got just about, well, not quite, teens. You've got a lot of value here, a lot of value. You've got your pattern, brand new Twirling Columns quilt pattern. Deceptively simple. See, I can see, because of the way these join up, this wonderful curving
interconnecting. Do you see this curving and interconnecting? And if you wanted to really emphasize that, you could quilt these gorgeous sort of sinuous lines. Very, very clever design this, using 2 simple blocks to create something that looks a lot more complex. Work smarter, not harder. So you get your pattern, but look, this is 60 inches square, this quilt. You've got everything for the top and the binding, and then you've got your terracotta, your orange, and your gold solids. Really brilliant. Fabulous, that. Michelle from Leicester, work smarter, not harder with the stripology. We did that, Michelle. We were thinking. See, great minds, you say. Great minds. It's true. It's true.
I love it. It's the best.
Yeah.
The best bit of kit I've got.
And when you can do 2 things at the same time, like you can cut both edges without having to turn your block. Just brilliant. It makes sense. Just makes sense. They have all gone now, though, so well done if you got yours. You've got to be quick sometimes.
Yep.
So that's our half square triangles.
That's your half square
Done and
triangles.
dusted.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Easy peasy, really easy.
Yeah.
Right, that's our solids bundle for twirling columns. We've also got the gorgeous Liberty version, which uses Emily Bell. Did you see I was going ready for Wiltshire Shadow. It's not Wiltshire Shadow, it's Emily Bell, which is actually my favourite Liberty fabric. Emily Bell, I love it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's lovely. I just think it's beautiful, beautiful range. You've got chocolate, you've got tangerine, and you've got yellow. Yummy. If you want the pattern on its own, by the way, we can do that. Physical only. No download available on this one. So if you want the physical pattern, it's £12. Yeah, it's got a sort of woven look, hasn't it? A twisted, intermingled. It's that very clever 2-block design that looks more than the sum of its parts. I think that's what's particularly clever. Lots of you with this in your baskets. Do remember to check out beginner friendly, completely beginner friendly. A great quilt. If you've never made a quilt before and you want to make a quilt, this is good in lots of ways. It's basic skills, it's simple construction. You're not going to get lost in the fabric placement because you've got 2 different blocks and 2 different, one is made in one colourway, one is made in the other colourway.
Yeah.
And it's a size that you can do from start to finish on a domestic sewing machine, even down to the quilting. So it's got so many things going for it. £12 for that, twirling columns. Fabulous. Now, I have a 3rd project for you. Really love this design. I think that is stunning. It's a little bit Art Deco. It's also a little bit kind of Midwest kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, if you change the colour of the fabrics, then you'll have a completely different table runner.
Yeah. Very nice. And also, I love the scale of the piecing and the units as well. Very smart. Now, this is called Roaring Radiance. Is that like roaring as in 20?
Yeah, that's where I got the name from, sort of an art, because it is an Art Deco type of style. So I was like, a bit of Roaring Radiance.
Really like that. Really like that. A little bit Poirot.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe that this is a great price. Now, $26.99 gets you your pattern. It gets you all your fabrics for your top, your binding, but also your backing as well is included. So literally an offcut of wadding, which you've probably got in your stash anyway. And you've got it all for $26.99. Let's have a look what you get. So you've got your pattern there. Now it's a table runner here, but I think you could repeat this and create a very nice quilt.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you could scale it up and repeat it. Yeah.
That repeated 2 or 3 times, and then solid strips of fabric in between would make a very smart quilt. Very smart quilt. So there's your pattern, and then here are your fabrics.
Such a quick make as well.
Is it?
Yeah, so quick to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely, very nice. So that's your first bundle, $26.99, amazing value. And then I've got a print and solid version. Oh, these are lovely fabrics. I'm liking these. So you've got, now, so this is dark background. So in place of this pale pink, you're going to use the dark, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Lovely.
And then look, you've got your, this is called sangria.
Is it?
It is.
Nice.
Who doesn't love that? Beautiful. $32.99 for your prints with sangria. Now, I think this pattern's rather useful myself. Here's the pattern, £10 for the pattern. You've got the table runner, but seriously, look, I'll show you again. So you could either have, if you wanted a longer table runner, keep the ends, repeat the centre, 2 of them, 3 of them, and then the pointed ends. Now you've got a longer runner. But equally, you could repeat that motif twice or 3 times.
Yes.
Solids in between, and you've got a gorgeous quilt.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's a good pattern, this. Very useful.
Well, that's part of a new series for 2025. So, and that's the first one that's out this year. And they measure 12 by 24. They're all the same in the series. And they're all just all squares and half square triangles.
Love it. Love it. Really nice. Love that pattern. Great level of instruction too. So if you haven't quilted before, I think Tracy's patterns are natural starters, actually.
This one's a row by row, and they've got little tick boxes so you don't, forget where you've gotten up to in the pattern. Because let's face it, who puts something like this together all in one sitting?
Yeah. No, it is really, really useful to have that. Very good. And you've got your sort of full layout. And also, of course, essential piecing instructions. Great first project, maybe. Or if you're a really experienced quilter, you'll just have great fun making this up, and different colour combinations. Of course, with something like this, you could have, these could be all different colours. I think turquoises and golds would be lovely.
That would be nice, yeah.
Turquoise, gold, brown, terracotta, very nice.
I wanted to go with the smaller ones because a lot of table runners are really quite long.
Yeah.
And, you've got I live on a boat, but, your hall table, your coffee table, your dressing table in your bedroom.
Yeah.
There's lots of different small spaces where you could actually make this and do different colourways with it as well.
I'm also thinking as well, it's a very inspiring pattern this actually, because I'm also thinking, if you think if these were placed here and here as well, so this is the centre, and you've got the 4 triangular units and plain corners, make it square.
Yeah, you could have a really good play with it actually.
Could
yes.
have a really good play.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the pattern's flying out. The pattern's flying out. So if you want to get the pattern, what an inspiring pattern. Sometimes you just need the right pattern to really set you off and set your creative juices flowing.
Yes.
Right, over to you, Tracy. Flow.
Flow. It's the being on a boat thing, isn't it?
It is.
So I am, let me show you what I've made so far.
Yes,
So I've
please.
made this in some lovely Liberty Wiltshire shadow.
Yes.
Got this right. Yes.
Can't go wrong.
And it's such a quick, once you've got all your half square units made, it's so easy to put together. It's just a joy to make. And
our producer Hannah was just posed a very good question, Tracy, which is, these are smaller units.
Yes.
Does that mean it's a little harder?
no,
No.
no, it's not. It's not. It's the same techniques that you would use with any of the quilts that I've shown you today. So the skill level's exactly the same. Yeah. So you could get cracking on this. And it's a smaller project as well. So if you don't want to tackle a big quilt, try one of the little table runners.
Tracy, I think a lot of beginners run out of steam on a big project, and they never get to the finishing, the quilting, the binding, because they run out of steam because it's such a lot of work. This, you could work through every stage of it and have it finished in a weekend.
Yeah, oh, absolutely could. Yes, you know, the basting, you've not got a big quilt to worry about basting. You could do this on your worktop. You could get your quilting done. I did a simple crosshatch on that one. And then you could practice your binding on it as well. Yeah.
There's nothing more soothing, I think, than quilting with a walking foot. I find it's almost like meditating. It's so appealing, isn't it?
I get my music on.
Oh, go on. What's the music you quilting
Oh,
to?
well, probably not to everyone's taste. There's probably a bit of rock in there.
Great.
Bit of punk, you know.
Good. Love that.
Yeah. And then the machine goes faster and faster, so then I have to tone it down a little
Horses
bit.
for courses.
Yeah.
You do you. But it's put the music on and away
Get the
you
music
go.
on in the little boat, so the music's on, nobody to disturb me, the fire's on, and
You paint a very rosy picture. That sounds lovely.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that rosy this morning when I was walking down the towpath at 5 o'clock and it was muddy and I got my wellies on.
Oh.
So, yes.
I don't want that to burn on the iron if that's touching.
I had switched it off.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, I
Okay,
had,
cool.
yeah. So, just a quick demo with the extra large stripology, because you might be thinking, oh, there's a few squares there, and they are quite small, but they're 2-inch squares, and let me start again. So I've got my fabric, and I've got the selvage edge at the top. I'm just going to quickly show you how to use the extra large stripology, and I've just folded that over, so you can see, I mean, this fabric's quite light. You've got your folded edge there, and your selvage edge there. And I get my stripology, pop my specs on, and I'm going to line this up. So there's white lines on your stripology and there's dark lines. So this is a light fabric. I've used the dark line here. I'm just going to trim off that edge piece there, my raggedy edge, and it's 2 inches. And normally I'd go across 4, 6, 8, 10, but I don't need to do that. Take that away, take that away. Already we've got some beautiful clean lines there.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to open this up. And if you've not used one of these before, then you'll be amazed. So again, I'm just lining up. I can use any of the lines that I want. And I'm going to take that off. And I'm going to go 2, 4, 6, 8.
So easy, isn't it?
It is.
This is the Stripology XL. Work smarter, not harder, is our phrase of the day. Steph's got some good advice for beginners. She says, for beginners to quilting, start small and build your way up. It's the same for most things like knitting or crochet, and you build your confidence that way. It's true. It's true.
So let's have a look now at our squares here. And look, perfect squares.
Yeah.
Aren't they lovely?
So many.
So quickly. And if
Brilliant.
you're doing more rows, then you've cut this out in like, I don't know, the whole thing in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, great. Lovely.
Yeah, good. There we go.
Can you show us any more?
I can. Let me just have a think what I've got.
Okay, no worries. Well, if you want to get something ready there, I'll just go back to the pattern for a second. We've got the Roaring Radiance table runner proving very, very popular. Very popular. £10 for the pattern. Been very, very popular already. You get the pattern for the runner, but it's such an adaptable pattern. So many different ways that you can use this. Use that centre motif, use the ends, extend the runner, put these on 4 sides. Really, really super pattern that. And a nice beginner friendly, even though the scale is smaller. This is the first in a series of Marvellous mini makes.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, Angela, I think that's a great idea. She says, I'm thinking sewing machine mat.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Extend it out a little bit.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You could. Always been afraid of quilting, but Tracy's patterns give me the confidence to have a go. Thank you, Susan in Cheshire.
Oh, thank you.
I want to send you a virtual hug.
That's really nice.
Afraid of quilting. I think as Steph put it on her message, start small. I think so often you see as adults, we see a king size quilt and we say, oh, I want to make a quilt, but that looks too hard. Start with something small like a runner or a cushion and you really can work through every process.
Yeah.
I think that's the trick, isn't it? Work through every process. So many people, because they start with a big quilt, spend like the first 6 months just making a quilt top. And actually you need to get kind of putting a border on, quilting it, doing your binding as part of that first process. So runner, really good place to start.
I think it is. And also it's about finding your people, finding your group as well, that are going to be there and support you, you know, and having those champions. There's so many lovely Facebook groups out there now that you can find the one that you think, yeah, they're good. There's some people there that will help me and support me.
Yeah.
I have what's called a Quilters Showtime. It's a show and tell.
Oh, lovely.
Once a month, and it's on Zoom, and it's, you know, it's not a lot, and there's only like 10 places available. But we all come together for an hour once a month and show what we've been making. And then talk about different techniques and things that are happening and, you know, how will I do this? How can I do that?
Yeah, it's a great idea.
It's, find your people.
Oh, do you know, I think you might have just read my mind. I was going to say, any chance you could show us how to square up a half square triangle if we haven't got a stripology?
Yes.
We've just got a regular ruler.
Absolutely. So this is which one is this? 6.5. So I've just made the half square triangle units as I did earlier. And we've got on here, we've got the diagonal line here, which we're going to use for a start off. Now,
do you mind just moving everything over to your right a little bit, please?
Yeah, I've got a little wobble in the mat, so see if I can do it.
I can get you a smaller mat if you want.
No, I think it'll be fine.
Sure.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, lovely. That's
there we
great.
go.
Thank you.
So these units are quite big, so you do trim off quite a bit. But if you're a beginner, you've got that extra bit of wiggle room and you don't need to worry about getting too close to not having enough fabric to trim off. So we've got our diagonal line here, and we're going to trim these to 2-inch squares. And first off, we're just going to go away from yourself. That's what I advise. And then you might have a rotating cutting mat, but if not, just turn that around. And this time, we're going to line up the diagonal here and the 2-inch down the side and the 2-inch across the bottom.
That's our size that we're cutting to, 2 inches square.
Yeah, and you can do that for with this. This is a really good ruler. And again, across the top, up the side, across the top. And there you've got your half square triangle unit.
Fab. Interesting, isn't it? Because with the stripology, you're cutting 2 opposite sides, and then when you use a square ruler, it's 2 adjacent sides that you can cut together. But it's still a really efficient method. And for $14.99, I think this is really worth getting into your toolbox. I always say, once you've got your 6x24 or your 6.5 by 24.5, your next ruler should be a square. And anything from a 6.5 to a 15.5 inch ruler, so useful.
Yeah, And it's one of those that you can just pop in your bag if you're going to a retreat,
Yeah.
to a class.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very handy to have.
They are. Most of us, if we're going to trim units, they're going to be up to 6.5 inches square, you know, so that's a really good buy. Highly recommend. Now, we're just going to do a bit of a recap. Thanks for showing us that. That was brilliant.
Right, thank you.
We're just going to recap. We're going to start where we ended with Roaring Radiance. My favourite pattern today.
Yeah, you like
Been
that,
my
don't
favourite. I
you?
love it. I think it's got so many possibilities. Pattern on its own, hugely popular. At £10 for the Roaring Radiance table runner. Love that. It's been popular. It's been popular. That's really cosy. Where did you photograph it?
We went to a landmark trust.
Ooh.
And I'd got all the patterns ready. My sister-in-law Donna helped. She made half of them for me. And we went away and got loads of pictures for the whole
love
year.
that.
Yeah, very well
And
organised.
it's a business expense too, of course.
Well,
Lovely
yes,
weekend.
of course, yes.
Gorgeous. And then we've got a patterned version kit. So we've got little hearts. We've got some sangria. I mean, that's a good weekend just there.
Definitely, yeah.
Some gorgeous little prints, $32.99. And remember, these kits are enough for the top, the binding, and the backing.
Yeah.
All in your kit. Fabulous value, $32.99. Just a lovely selection of fabrics there too. That's our print version. And then we've also got an all solids version, which I have right here. This has been very popular too. So you've got those gorgeous deep cranberry reds. You've got that soft rose pink. Again, top, binding and backing, all for $26.99. That's Roaring Radiance. Now, secondly, we looked at twirling columns. That gorgeous, I mean, today's version, autumnal, but could be made in black and white, black, white and grey.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Black,
yes.
white and grey would be fab. Oh my goodness. Load of single figures now on this. In fact, when everyone's checked out, I've only got 2 of these kits left. So you've got terracotta, you've got orange, and you've got gold. And actually, look, $45.99. It's a 60-inch square quilt, and you've got your binding as well, plus your pattern for $45.99. Amazing. That's your solids version. I've also got a Liberty version. This is Liberty Emily Bell. Emily Bell. You've got chocolate, tangerine, ooh, chocolate orange.
Nice.
Chocolate orange and yellow. Yummy. Warm and cosy. Warm and cosy. Oh, very nice. That's that. And then if you want the pattern on its own, we'll give you the details. Physical pattern only, £12 for the pattern. Lots in baskets, do check out, please. And then we started with, hey, sweetie. The solid bundle has been very popular. You've got these gorgeous, these are all Rose and Hubble. These are very much the sherbet, not just lemons, but sherbet mints and sherbet blueberries, sherbet strawberries, sherbet peach.
Oh, nice. They're beautiful fabrics.
Do you love a peach ring?
Do you?
I do.
Oh.
I love a peach ring with your white solid. $62.99. That quilt is 57.5 inches square. So again, completely doable on your domestic sewing machine. And then last, but by no means least, we've got the Bumbleberries version or the Lewis and Irene version, because you've got 0.5 meters of all these lovely sweetie colours, but you've also got a big old chunk, a big old hunk of Dreams from Lewis and Irene in cream to make your Hello Sweetie. This is almost like popping candy isn't it?
Yeah.
And that stuff that you put on your tongue and then it explodes. Love it. Fab. Oh, Tracy, an hour never seems long enough, but it's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Pattern on its own really quickly, sorry. £12 for the pattern. But it has been absolutely wonderful.
It's been great, and it's whizzed by, as usual, so thank you.
Gorgeous hour.
Thank you very much.
Safe journey home.
Thank
When
you.
are you back?
End of April. I'm back, yes. I've got a show booked for then. I've got a couple of nice surprises. So.
Oh, very nice, very nice. And Tracy was actually giving me a sneak peek of a Christmas project. Oh, gorgeous. Put a little note on your calendar. You'll want it, trust me.
Definitely.
Right, thank you for that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Sandra from Sanntangle is back with the most amazing Bargello quilt and fabrics to die for. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2 inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches if you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. Two ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than two, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Yes, Thursday is our Rebecca Reed's birthday. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a gorgeous, gorgeous day. Make sure you put that in your diary and celebrate Bex Reed's birthday this Thursday. Now, talk about celebrating. Wow, this is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Brand new. This is called Warm Days, Cold Days. I love that title. It's brilliant. It's a brand new quilt pattern from Sandra Rushton from Sanntangle. It's absolutely magnificent. It's hanging behind her. The colourway that you have designed is immense. It is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to show you what you get. First of all, you've got your full pattern. Fabulous, all laid out for you. Oh, look at that palette. It's just divine. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I just want to let you know that you're going to make a big saving on 171.33. Look at these incredible fabrics. You get 16 half meters. That's my binding, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm just going to keep that one out for a second. Look, you get half meters. These are beautiful. I just want these fabrics. They are so beautiful. Those are all your warm days. I wouldn't mind cold days if they look like this. Look, all hand drawn by Sandra and then turned into the most beautiful ombre range of, I mean, that makes me incredibly happy. That is a joyous colour combination. Right, those of you that have already checked out your baskets, and there are many of you, well done. You've got yourself the most amazing quilt kit. Chris from Greater Manchester's message to say, Sandra, that quilt is so pretty.
Thank you, Chris.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's also manageable. This is a manageable size. This is a brilliant technique. And Sandra has just written such an approachable pattern. Now, how do you feel about a massive saving? Everyone who's checked out, you've already saved yourself this money. Everybody else, fill your boots. £36 and 34 pence saving there. That's whopping, Sandra.
That is because we do it all ourselves. Everything we do, we design it, I design it, I make it, I print it, Sarah helps print it, we all print, and we actually do the whole thing from start to finish. So we kind of cutting out that middle person. And of course, with the time it takes usually to sort of send something to somebody and it be checked, I can do that instantly. So everything is in my control.
It's all in-house.
So being able to pass on a bit of a saving.
It's lovely.
Just means that you get a little bit as well. I've always said we're a team. So if I can help you guys, you're going to make one of these, you're going to enjoy it. And
Team Sanntangle.
that's what it is.
I'm on that team.
Every time.
It's brilliant. I mean, you mentioned earlier on about the design process, which, you know, as a fabric designer, I'm with you on this. We get the privilege, the joy of being able to say, what do I want to make? Now I'll design the fabric to make that instead of the other way around.
Yes.
It's quite a treat.
This is it. There are no rules, are there? And it whatever works. And for me, it's the colours that start.
Oh.
And I've always wanted to do my own Bargello. This is the first, honestly.
Fabulous.
So actually working on the fabrics to sort of start with and then bringing the pattern in to use those fabrics, it's a joy.
It is
I'm so
absolutely
pleased with it.
magnificent. It's so beautiful. Can I ask a question
You
here?
can.
I'm thinking, would it be possible to flip the cool and the warm value so that you had the red, orange, yellow in the centre, the blue around it, and then the red, and then could you do that?
Yeah.
Because you've got equal quantities.
You have, yeah. The only thing, actually, let's just think, because you've got 7 of the blues and 8 of the orangey pinkies. So you probably will, because there's extra in there.
Yeah.
But it might be a case that, you know, maybe looking at it, maybe see that top row?
Yeah.
Maybe instead of having 2, you'd put 1 in.
Yeah.
But it's certainly doable, absolutely. We did consider that, and I just didn't get time to twist it around and make it again.
Absolutely gorgeous.
But absolutely, you can. Yeah.
Loads of you already checked out. Loads of you. How many in baskets? Oh, well, almost all of my remaining stock is in baskets. This is proving very popular, Sandra.
Do you know, I'm so pleased because, in a sense, this one I've done for me. That feels a bit selfish, I know, but I wanted to do it, and I'm so pleased you like it. I mean, look, it's just lovely, isn't it?
It's absolutely
It's kind of an optical illusion as well, which I love to do, because it doesn't matter which way you look at it. If you turn it this way, it looks longer.
Yep.
If you turn it the other way, it looks longer. It's actually about 6 inches in it, so it's almost a square, but
Interesting.
yeah, it's really
Lovely.
pretty.
What is the size of the quilt,
It's 60
Sandra?
by 66.
Fabulous. I love that size because it's so doable on your
Yep.
domestic sewing machine.
Yep.
Start to finish. You've long armed it.
I have. And
But you could do it on your
yeah.
domestic machine.
Do- I use the hot pink thread. And the whole point of doing that is because, of course, all my pinks and my reds, it's taking those colours, it's almost smudging them into that blue. So
Yeah.
you still see the pinks. So you've got a bit of dog hair there, look.
Yeah, you
Of course. Of course
handmade.
Benji's been on it.
absolutely luscious, so beautiful. Loads of you with this in your baskets. Do check out what I am seeing lots of you checking out your baskets, but also there's a huge number of you with this in your basket. I don't want you to miss out. Have a look at these fabrics one more time. They are just radiant. The way, I mean, you've definitely transported us to a Caribbean sunset.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, if it's raining outside and you look at these colours, it's just a whole sort of different world you can put yourself in, isn't it?
It is
so pleased with them
absolutely
all.
gorgeous. Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, you've called it warm days, cold days, but this is giving me the ocean.
Yes.
This is giving me the sun setting
Yes.
in the Caribbean.
Absolutely.
I'm just warm and toasty.
I'm sure you still get a little bit of rain in the Caribbean.
I mean, but it's warm rain, right?
They are my colours, though, I think.
Amazing.
It's, yeah, I do.
Jan from South Yorkshire, our neck of
Hey.
the woods, says, Sandra, this quilt kit is breathtaking.
Oh, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. I really do. It means a lot that somebody, you know, can actually message in, because we're easy to message and say something that's negative, but taking the time to say something nice, thank you so much.
Totally agree with you.
Thank
you look amazing in front of the quilt.
I know, right in the middle.
Does it sound you look amazing? Yeah. So you could use this as a wall hanging behind a bed in a sitting room.
Absolutely, yeah. I
This
think
is a really good size for a throw quilt. Or
I did photograph it on my sofa. I usually photograph it on the garden swing outside, but it fell over.
Oh.
And we can't lift it back. I mean, it's huge. We can't lift it back up on it.
No.
So it's at the moment it's on its it's on its side, looking a bit sad.
We're in danger, Sandra. We're
Oh,
in danger.
We've not even like looked at the
We're in danger of selling
demo or
out.
anything yet.
I'm just about at single figures left with, empty your baskets. Check out your baskets, please. And don't miss out on this amazing quilt. All the hard work's been done for you. You've got all those ombre colours already done in this kit. Absolutely amazing. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, physical only, this is a big boy. This is a big boy.
I've done the instructions here different, so it's not actually a booklet as you normally get from me. You've got everything you need there, all the information to create your Bargello. So when you look at it, you think, well, there's not much there. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of confidence because you think, well, actually, if that's all it is. If that's all it is. I mean, I'm giving you lots of hints and tips because I know if it's something you've not done before, it's a little bit scary. So all the problems that you could potentially have, like, seams coming undone, things like that. I actually give you hints and tips on how to deal with that. Once you've started one, my advice is get on with it. Don't keep moving it about from table to table.
Right.
Start it and get on with it. Even if so if you've done your strips, which I'm going to show you in a moment, stitch them together so you've got them.
Yes.
So then you're not going to lose them, they're not going to get lost. And it's so important that you follow the chart.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
Block out a bit of time.
Yeah.
Even if it's an hour or a couple of hours, block out that time, plan what you're going to do it, and then tick it off the list.
Exactly, and I've given you a little checklist on one of your half chart as well there.
Yeah.
So when
I
you've
love
done
the
your
way
chart,
you've charted everything. It's so easy.
It's teacher and me, isn't it? How can I do this and make it easy? This is beginner. So achievable. And I know it's easy for me to stand here and say this. I wouldn't say it was if it wasn't. And the information you need is in these.
But Sandra, I'm going to read the message from Julie in just a second. But your quilt journey, your sewing journey. I mean, how long ago did you start making quilts?
My first ever quilt was when Leslie and I went to the Festival of Quilts, and that'll be August, 3 years ago this August.
There you go. There you go.
And I'm designing my own. I've got the bug. I really have got the bug. And I've got a lot of quilt kits at home that when I get a moment, I will make them.
When I get a moment.
But of course, this is, I mean, all of the quilts I do, the instructions are in there that anybody can follow them, honestly.
Yeah.
It's then how you want to sort of quilt it.
I love that.
I'm always a bit aware of that as well. That. Yeah.
Julie from Ayrshire says, morning,
Hi, Julie.
2 of my favourites.
Oh, thank you.
We'll get that message back up, don't worry. I know the quilt's given you shivers. She says, it gives me shivers. It's beyond stunning. The colours are just wow.
Oh,
they really
thank you.
are. They're amazing.
Yeah, it is the first one. I will design more now. Now I've got that bug. I mean, I did make one and put it in the Festival of Quilts last year. It was an American lady's pattern. Of course, we had the book on air when I did that. But this is actually everything from start to finish is my own work. And I think I'm really proud of that. So.
And you've got 16 different fabrics in that quilt. I mean, it's an absolute showcase, utterly stunning. You can get the kit. How many in baskets? Okay, I've got 3 left when you've all checked out your baskets. You do need to check out your baskets, please. 134.99. And look at these fabrics, just utterly, utterly stunning. You've got all those beautiful oranges, pinks, reds, golds and yellows. And then you've got these incredible sort of Caribbean blues, just stunning. I did mention earlier on when we were doing the earlier show, the bag show, that if you wanted to get a little bit of colour in there, add a border or something like that.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
There are options. Yeah. There are options.
Yeah.
Stunning. Right, let me pop these away for now. I've got some 8-piece colour bundles. 8-piece?
Yes, because, question could be the Bargello's got 7 blues in it.
Right.
But the bundle, I actually created 10 different patterns and prints. So you've actually got 8 in the blue. So there's one in there you've not got in the quilt.
Ooh.
And then you've got 8, of course, in the tropicals as well.
Should we do the tropical warm first? Yeah, perfect. Right, so look. Oh. See, I love a rainbow order,
absolutely.
but I also love an ombre.
Yeah.
From darkest to lightest.
And what you might notice as well, even though you've got those tropicals, in some of the fabrics you've got little hints of that blue.
You do.
So even if you think, oh, okay, that one's got a similar pattern, the actual lines, the outlines and everything, they're all different colours, so they're all on their own right, a separate fabric, but
Gorgeous.
they just work together.
They do, they really do. Jane from Suffolk's message, oh Jane, this is such a brilliant idea. She says, morning to you both.
Morning.
I've bought both the warm and the cool packs to make
thank
a
you.
temperature quilt.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a
Absolutely,
brilliant idea.
That'd be lovely. I need to see that when it's done. I know they take time, those do, but yeah, we need to see that, don't we?
Yeah, stunning idea. Absolutely stunning idea. If you don't know what a temperature quilt is, it's basically assigning a temperature, a band of temperature to a colour, and then throughout the year, you do either a small block or a strip of fabric or something like that in that colour and do them in rows or blocks to basically keep a record of the temperature. These would be all your warmest days and your temperate days.
Yes.
Gorgeous. That range together is stunning. There's your 8 fabrics. There's your 8 fabrics. Absolutely glorious. £56.99. You're saving £10.93 as well.
I know, I'm too good to you.
You are too
I've
good
not told
to
John.
us. That, yes, please. And then here are your amazing blues. So again, you're getting 8 different blues.
Yeah.
Oh, love that.
Again, you've got little hints of orange in a
Yeah.
couple of them as well, so it sort of works. One feeds into the other.
Absolutely amazing. £56.99. Now, remember, if you want to get them both, you are actually getting an extra fabric to what's in
You
the...
are, yes. There is an extra fabric in the blues because, of course, I've only needed to use 7 in the Bargello. You're going to get 8 in your bundle. I couldn't not put it in. It's such a pretty fabric.
Absolutely incredible. £56.99 for your 8.5 metres of your beautiful blues, your Caribbean blues. Cold days? I don't think so.
Oh, look at that.
Caribbean blue.
Yes. Maybe it's the name. You can call it what you like.
But you could do like a snowflake quilt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
With those
Yeah.
paper-pieced snowflakes with
Yeah.
a white background.
White background. I was going to say white background in there, yeah.
Yeah,
or
or
a
black
soft
background.
pink.
Amazing. Amazing.
Soft peach.
Just real quick, I want to just show you, Sarah has made this beautiful runner.
Yes.
Just fantastic. Using, look, the blue on the back, using these gorgeous warm pinks and oranges. Fabulous work.
She's used the tropical around the outside.
Oh, yes.
See?
Yes,
Yeah.
this was from our earlier bundle. Lovely. Really clever. Well done, Sarah. And then you're working on this, again, using some of the warm days colours.
Absolutely, yeah. We did this in class the other week. So you can see how working with those different fabrics together will bring something out a little bit different. Of course, we did it February, Valentine's Day and all
Love that.
Just nice to see how they go. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
It's work in progress. I've got to do the binding.
Beautiful.
I'll get there. We
Yeah.
all have those work in progresses, don't we? Unfinished
Anyway,
projects.
I've been waiting all morning to say this. Let's get back to Bargello.
Okay, so when you get the instructions, as they are larger, and I've done it sort of because you need that chart. That's the main thing. So starting off, you've got your chart with all your colours. So this is your chart information. This is the fabric. So I always find when you're doing a quilt, you want to see the fabric.
I agree.
So I've done what the fabric is. So R1 is R1, but underneath I've put in the background, this is my name for it. So you can see there that it's not called Bargello Tropical 1. This is number 2 in my range. So that just sort of gives me a point that if ever you need any more for anything, you could say, oh, it's actually this number, and it just helps me. So that gives you that. Then here it sort of talks about the binding. It says this is your binding fabric. If it said that, you can swap them out. This is what they look like once they're stitched together. And here's a couple of extra pointers because you see here, look, I've got leave this one as a separate because you're not going to need as many, and you're going to need extra ones of these, so I'd cut some separates. So that it gives you everything you need information-wise.
That's really cool. And we actually had a message I'll just read out now because you've just, basically designed the quilt that somebody's been waiting for. Samantha says, I've bought this fabulous kit and fabric as an attempt to do my first Bargello. It's been on my to-do list but never found the perfect quilt.
Oh, no.
Till today, obviously.
Hey! Well, I'm going to show you. So remember, your instructions, and you think, oh, this is it. This is the pointers of how you're going to cut your strips, what you're going to prep, and that kind of information. So I'm going to sort of demo that. And this is my sort of widths of what I've done in what order, just to sort of help you out a bit. On the back, you've got the full quilt. So here, it talks about what it is, actually. You've got your columns across the top. It tells you how thick they are. And then down the bottom here, you've got your rows. Okay? That gives you that. But if that's a little bit small, I've done half because, of course, you've got one half, it's the same as the other. A little bit bigger, and I've given you a bit of a tick list here. So, and I've not done that with anything on the back because you can use that and you can move it around.
Great.
Again, fold it over, just use a bit of it. But let's get started. So first things first then, you've got 3.5 inch widths and it goes all the way down to 1 inch. So my advice would be to start with the bigger ones, the 3.5 inch, do all of those, then do your 3, then your 2.5, because that means you can use fabrics that you've already cut. So you start by cutting strips. The stripology ruler from earlier is brilliant. I've got one at home. Don't bring it, I don't carry it with me because it moves, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We don't want that. So I've cut some strips. So 2.5 inch strips like this. And what I would do is, I wouldn't cut all of it at once. I'd maybe cut half of them, that kind of thing. It does say how many in the instructions, so we're good. And then you're going to stitch them together. So here are my strips.
See, I could just have that and say my quilt's done.
Absolutely,
so
just the rows. So my warms, I've gone from my lightest all the way through to my darkest and pressed them. And if I look on the back, more or less, because it's been moved about a bit, you want to press the seams together. Don't open them like a dressmaking pattern. You want to fold them. Now, my Bargello blue here we go. So I've got some of this one. You've only got 7 on there. But what I've suggested for a couple of the strips, you don't need this one so much. So you could perhaps not stitch that one on all. It just saves your fabric all the way along, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So once you've got your strips and you've given it a bit of a press, then you need to cut it. And I don't usually cut on air because we know what I'm like with a rotary cutter. But that's okay because I've got my chef's glove.
Oh.
So, yeah, this just means...
You always do cutting when you're on with me. I've never seen you avoid cutting.
Yeah, well, after my little issue last May, took a tendon out.
Yes.
I am quite careful now.
Well, you only do something like that once.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, never again.
Yeah,
Still feel it.
Oh.
So, okay, I've got my piece. Now, of course, this is going to be slightly offset because what I've done, I've stitched 2 together, top to bottom, and then I've gone bottom to top to bottom, bottom to top. Yeah. And that just means then it's going to stop it from curving. So I'm going to look here on my ruler and I'm trying to find somewhere that's straight. I'm not trusting that the top or the bottom's straight. So I'm going to go with, let's have a look. I've got this one and this one. That looks okay. So I can come in with my cutter look and I'm going to take that corner bit off. So I'll take that. So that's my waist. I'm not going to use that again. And then I'm going to turn it around. Now I would use my stripology. So the first thing is, if I look at my instructions, it says you're going to cut 3.5 inch strips first. So that's A. I need 2 of the A because you've got one on the edge and one on this edge. And there's also, if I look along, R. Now I know R is my centre point. So that's 3.5 as well. So let's focus on R. It's just one. So let's have a look at this. It does in the instructions for the first few tell you how many you need, but let's look at it. I've got an R1. And then here I've got a full one, R1 all the way up to R8, so it's a whole row. And then here I've got R1 to R6, and here I've got R1 and 2. So I could actually cut those out of spare bits, but I'm going to just do the whole thing because I can cut them down later. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 strips. Okay? I thought it'd be interesting to do it this way because then you can see how it works. So here we go, my 3.5 inch. So I can line that up now because I know that's nice and square. Okay, just double check, 2, 3.5. I always do that.
Me too.
It's crazy, isn't it? And you think, well, I know I can do this. There's my one strip.
I'd rather do that than cut it wrong.
Absolutely. And it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to know. You don't. It's only between you and me. Nobody has to know that you're double counting. There we go. So there's my next one. Okay. And then moving it along.
I like Bex's comment on Facebook. She says, morning all, the colours are beautiful. But, you know, if you changed a couple of them up, I could see a dragon's eye.
Ooh.
Well, funny, we all said, it was like, oh, a little bit kind of magical, fantasy, a little bit The Ring, kind of,
well,
you know.
I'm not possessive with my fabrics and my pieces. If you've got an idea and you think, well, I like that, Sandra, but do you know what? I'd like to do this with it. Please do.
Oh, absolutely.
That's absolutely fine. I really don't mind. It's getting you sewing. It's getting you drawing. It's getting you being creative. And that's the whole point. So nothing has to stay exactly as mine. If you want to change it up a bit, that's absolutely fine.
But you have written the pattern so that we can reproduce your original exactly.
Of course, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, you know, if you want to choose and go a bit different, that's fine.
Liz, who's messaged on Facebook, I haven't avoided reading your question yet. I'm timing it because it's a question about Mackenzie and Macy.
Oh.
We are going to talk about in a second.
Yeah.
And I will ask the question at that point. So please don't think I'm ignoring you.
No, okay. All right. So thank you for being patient with me with that, but I did want to show you from scratch. So here we go. Look, I'm going to put them so I've got my numbers top to bottom because I think that's something we're used to. So there's I think I've just picked 3 of my blue and I've got my 4 here. Let's have a look. Now, when you're stitching it, it does say in the instructions because you've got to be careful. You don't want them all coming undone. And because you're making big rows and then you're cutting them, you've got to be careful they don't. So it does explain how you could sort of like do a little bit more on that. So, okay, the next bit then, this is the most important bit. Let's have a look at this. It starts with an R1. So I've got a whole row. So how do I do that? What I'm going to have to do is unpick that one. So I did have, excuse me 1 second, and unpick it. Do you know, I've got one.
Hey.
Got one. Okay. So here we go. So what I would do is just gently, because, you know, they're not sort of tied in, as I would take R1 off the top of that. Now, I know you think, oh, I'm going to end up with loads of spare bits and pieces. You'll be able to cut this down a bit later because this is the widest that we're going to be.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, you know, don't get rid of them, put them to one side. Now, again, I know it's a bit, you think, well, I've stitched that. I made it all neat. Wow. Take your bits out because the last thing you want to do is be trying to take all those bits out when you've got it all together. It's
you don't want those bits left in your seam.
Just a nightmare, yeah. So there's my R1, okay? And then looking at it again, I've got B7, 6, 5, 4. So let's have a look at that. So they go 7, 6, 5, 4. So I need to take that one off, like so. So same again, look.
This strip piecing is still a very, very efficient way of making this quilt.
It absolutely is, because otherwise you're cutting each separate bit, aren't you? And then you've got to stitch it all together. No, do it this way. I know you think, well, I've got to unpick these. It's far better unpicking them than trying to stitch lots of little squares and rectangles together because you're going to end up with them all different shapes. You know that. Right, so that's that. So I've got, double check again, look, R1. Then it says 7, 6, 5, 4. So that's that one. What I'd then do, clips are your best friend because I'm going to clip this. Now, if you think, oh, it doesn't matter, I'll just take it to the machine as is, trust me, I've done that. You end up stitching things back to front and all sorts. Okay? So that's that one. So then I've got a full row, 8 all the way down to 1. So here's this one. So you think, yay, that's a happy sort of moment. Because I've stitched all them together already and all I've got to do is put the seam there. You see, clip. So that's the first bit.
Fab.
So then I'm on B2 to B7. So, okay, I need a new blue. So I've got, I have my blues. B2 to 7. So I don't need this top one. So let's get rid of that one. Now, you are going to use less of B1 and more of B7. So in the instructions, I've suggested that a couple of your strips, you don't add this on, and you do an extra one, maybe 2 strips of the darker one, because otherwise you find you're cutting all these rows and all you're using is the bottom one. So I don't need that one, I need this one, and let's just double check. Number 2 to number 7, so there you go, there's number 2 to number 7, and I'm going to clip that together. You see how this is working?
And that's the whole of the first row?
Basically, yeah. Well, I mean, there's actually how many rows?
Oh, of course, I see.
44 rows.
Oh, beg your pardon, yeah, you'd folded it there.
Yeah, so as you can see as I'm working along, I would stitch that one to that one, that one to that one, that one to that one, press them all, and then I would tick it off that I've done R, and then I'd go and do A. Now, the only one that you need 1 of is R. All of the others you need 2. So you could perhaps do 2 ticks. My advice would be, if you're doing A, do 2 at the same time, and then you do B, that's it, yeah, at the same time, because that's your next one, that's your 3, and then I would stitch that to that, and remember the other side's a mirror image.
Yeah.
So you're not going A, B, A, B, you're going A, B, A, B.
Yeah,
Okay?
BA.
So you've got that, but it's all on the instructions there. So you've got that one, plus you've got your full version, and then it's a case of stitching together. Just one point on the stitching together. Of course, I've pressed all mine so they're going one way. If you actually stitch your next row, you'll notice is, if you can, you want to put it so one seam goes one way, one seam goes the other, and they will kind of match. Don't try and pattern match them or seam match them completely. It will drive you nuts, because there's 40 rows, so there's 38 seams, isn't there? You don't want to be doing that. They'll kind of fit together anyway, so just enjoy it. And that literally, stitching it together, when I say literally, that's it. Follow the chart, because it's not completely all rows, it's different, so you've got to make sure you're following it, ticking it off, and you'll be fine with it. That's all it is. You can stitch it together.
Fabulous.
Whew, that's it.
Fabulous.
It's just sound easy. It is. You've
Yeah.
just got to, I'm going to say it once more, follow the chart and it'll be fine.
Also as well, try and think of this like each row as a block perhaps for a quilt.
Yeah.
This isn't a block by block quilt, this is rows. But as you do each row, that's another whole section of your quilt that's done and dusted, and it soon builds up, doesn't it?
It does comes together ever so quickly, because you're actually working 2 halves at the same time. So if you work as you're going, honestly, it's not going to take you that long. This is what, 3 days? 3 days.
Really?
I mean, I really went for it.
Yeah.
But it's 3 days of work. So
Wow.
if you sort of said, give yourself 2 weeks to do this, that would be a really good amount of time, and you'd be able to sit and just enjoy the process as well. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I agree. And as always, you know, even if something is a little bit out of your comfort zone, I always think, you know, you've got to look at the finished result, and it's about, you know, the end justifying the means. And if this is a totally new technique, go for it.
Absolutely, yeah. And the nice thing, you guys have got a chart. I drew it, and I was like,
absolutely.
How does this work? Where does it go together? And I sort of maintained that I did the rows and I didn't look at it, so I didn't press them all. I did rows, left it to one side, and I only actually saw the whole piece at the very end, because that meant that I'd got that reveal, and I was really pleasantly surprised. And you kind of know it's going to work, but it's just so much fun. Just do your rows, put them to one side, stitch them together, and then see the whole thing after, and it's such a surprise. Won't take you long at all, you'll be fine. And of course, your little bits and pieces, you will have a few spare, but you know, you're going to need cushion covers, aren't you?
Oh,
You're gonna
completely.
Need all sorts of things. You could see.
Oh, I could make use of them, don't you worry.
So save them, you know, give them a bit of a press and then use them. Stitch them together and use them.
Yeah,
maybe a Mackenzie shirt.
Yes, now we will talk about Mackenzie and Macy very shortly. Just to remind you of that amazing kit. Here are all the fabrics for the body of your quilt, okay? Your warm and your cool. There's your binding. You should be paying over £173. Oh, sorry, 171.33. You're making a massive saving. It's 134.99, and there's split pays. You've got your binding. You've got your full pattern with all of your charts in there that just make the whole thing so achievable. Before you know it, that quilt is going to come together.
It's
Now, I'm
exciting.
way oversubscribed on this.
It's exciting.
Way oversubscribed. It's absolutely stunning. It's my favourite quilt you've done.
Do you know, it means a lot because
honestly,
you've made
it's
a lot of
lovely.
quilts.
It's gorgeous.
And I'm a novice.
No,
But
I've got complete
yeah.
quilt envy
It's-
over the finished quilt and these fabrics. They are absolutely stunning.
Thank
There's
you.
no two ways about it. And especially at this time of year where we're all feeling a little chill. I'm channeling the summer, of course, obviously.
Of course.
This is channeling the summer too. It's absolutely gorgeous. An amazing price as well. You're making about a £33 saving, £134.99. All those beautiful warm and cool colours. You've got your fabulous binding and your pattern, all for that amazing price, £134.99. Really do think this is sensational. Now, I need to let you know, I'm down now to single figures. I am down to single figures left of the kit.
Oh, wow. I'm so excited for you all. If you've never done it before and you've just seen literally strips, cutting them, stitching
Yeah.
them back together,
Yeah.
follow that chart and
Yeah.
you're going to... I mean, there's going to be quilts out there that I've designed. I mean, I know
fabulous
I've
thought.
designed other quilts, but this one is really special. I've wanted to do one of these for a long time.
Yeah, this has been your kind of wish list quilt for
It
a long
is, yeah.
We've talked about it.
We have, absolutely, yeah.
And seeing it actually made real, well, it's such an achievement, but also so achievable for you at home as well.
Of course.
Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, again, I don't have huge quantities of these left. £9.99. It's a fantastic price, Sandra, because we've got big colour printing here. We've got all of our colours. Now, you could switch this out completely. This could be reimagined in fresh springtime.
Do you know,
pastels.
I seriously suggest if you're going to use other fabrics, you do use the back page maybe and put yourself a sticker swatch of each of your fabrics and number them.
Yeah.
Because that's going to make life so much easier and you're not going to get lost. Because you
Totally
will
agree.
if you haven't got a plan.
Totally agree. You could even photocopy this, cut out a piece of fabric to size and stick them over the top so that
Stick it
you've
over
got
the
your
top.
chart, you know.
You need that chart. You need to know what your fabrics are before you start.
But absolutely brilliantly done, brilliantly set out, and actually of such an appealing design as well. And it sort of transcends age groups and colours, and it completely blurs the lines between traditional and modern.
Yes.
As well, because it's both.
Yeah.
Completely both. So adaptable.
Yeah.
Just lush. £9.99. The kind of quilt that I would quake in my boots about designing.
Yeah, it's unique, isn't
But
it?
you've done it.
It's unique.
You've done it.
Yep.
All I have to do is slot my fabrics into this. £9.99. Now, warm and cool are level pegging, but we're going to start with warm because that's what we're all in the mood for. Thanks. Thanks. Here's the warm. You're making a saving here. You're saving £10.93 actually, which is whopping. If I walked into a shop and they said, just for being here today, Stuart, between 11 and 12, we're going to give you £10.93 off, I'd be like, I'll come again. You're saving £10.93. You get 8.5 metres, all designed and drawn by Sandra. And what you've got here, these are not flat colours. You've got multi-dimensional tones. Mulberry, raspberry, that amazing hot pink. You've got these fabulous coral shades, your rich oranges, tangerines, golds and yellows. Almost all the stock that I have is in baskets or gone. You see, you could do the simplest of rail fence quilts.
Well, you could, and
this.
some of them, they're great as blenders as well, or background fabrics, although you want to put them on sort of show. Each one has actually started life as the same image, but they've been changed. You know, each time I've taken sections off and done it, so we know they're all going to work. Yeah.
Just using them in something like that, just think that is absolutely
Yeah,
gorgeous.
it's lovely, isn't it? Bit different.
Yeah, it's lush.
You could do that as well as your quilt.
You could. You could.
Yeah.
So there's the warm. Now we need to cool things down. It's getting hot in here.
Can you spot the extra one then?
I
Which one is
thought
it?
I had, and I feel like it's this one.
One of the darkest.
Is it one of the dark?
Look for a small print.
Is it? This one.
Oh, hang on, I'm coming over. That's the one.
Is it? I needed a clue though, didn't I? Lush. And it's just such a subtle wash. Just going to swap. I think it's, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're quite close. Well, that's the whole point. They're close because
Absolutely.
of the need for them to be close for the Bargello.
Yeah. Just this gorgeous blended ombre look. But like I say, even if you just did, you know, you could sew 4 strips together, cut out your squares, and then just do rail fence.
Yeah.
This way and that. You could blend the warm and the cool together, warm going one way, cool going the other, or just stick to one colourway.
Yeah. Put black in with it.
Oh, yes, please.
Or a pop of orange.
Well, I'm thinking a pop of
the tropical.
These. We had these in the earlier show. You can get them by the half metre, some of them have sold out. But these are tropical days. You really were craving a warm holiday, weren't you?
I think so, yes, absolutely. Fed up with the cold.
Yes. These are absolutely dreamy. You get half a metre of each of 6 fabrics. You save £8.95. Joan from the East Riding of Yorkshire.
Hey, Joan.
Now, I know a Joan in the East Riding
Yes.
of Yorkshire, the deputy.
Oh.
You haven't got time to sit around watching television, Joan. Good day, Stuart and Sandra. You're both looking very groomed this morning. Thank you, Joan.
Considering we're up at 4.
She notices these things. Joan Simeon, all sorts of states, in my natural state. Gorgeous colours in this range. I might need these. Oh, I might need your scraps this time, Joan. Joan always says she's very happy to get the crumbs from my table.
Oh, really?
But I'd be quite happy with the crumbs from your table this time, Joan. Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah. I should just take this opportunity to say I didn't make yesterday, Joan, by the way. I was all ready and then I had a dental emergency, so I ended up at the dentist yesterday afternoon instead of going to the WI.
Oh.
No, but I hope you had a good time. These are absolutely gorgeous fabrics, $41.99 for 6 half metres. You can't get these in your quilt shops. You can't get these, you know, from your shows and things like that. These are exclusive designs from Sandra Rushton. Absolutely exclusive, drawn by you.
Yes, absolutely.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Fabulous. Now, earlier on, Sandra introduced us to the Take My Hobby With Me travel bag. Absolutely gorgeous, brand new bag. We've got a bundle. Now, good news is we have managed to get the pattern back in stock. So if you missed out on the earlier show, we've got the pattern back in stock. We'll talk about zips and interfacings in just a second, but let's talk about the kit to start with. You've got a metre. I know, I thought they were half metres too, but you get a metre of each. And you get your full instructions and your full-size pattern pieces. You can cut this pattern straight up. There's nothing overlapping. There's nothing to enlarge or trace or anything like that, so you can get straight to the making. Jane from Northamptonshire says, hi, love the hobby bag. What extras do I need if I buy the kit, such as zip and wadding? Thanks, Jane.
Yes.
So, zip first of all.
Yes, you're going to need 2 zips, and the instructions at the front, I think it's a 40-inch with a double zip, and it's 12-inch as well. Am I right?
I'm going to check. So you need a 12-inch zip for the inside.
For the inside, yeah.
And a 40-inch zip for the outside with 2 zip pulls, or you could use zip on a roll.
I use zip on a roll, honestly. I just find it so much easier, and I don't have to stress about getting the right size. And that just suits me, so I tend to sort of keep those in
and
stock.
You've used a number 5 zip on yours, haven't you?
Yes, absolutely,
that's sort of
yeah.
wider.
So, yeah,
gorgeous.
Standard kind of thing, nothing crazy. So yeah, but again, of course, if you want to do extra zipped pockets in, of course, you look at the same size 12-inch zips, which is standard anyway.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
yeah.
And then interfacing-wise, just reading from the pattern, you've got 2 metres of a medium fusible interfacing?
Yeah. Now that's generous. I've gone for it. But again, if you want to do extra pockets, you might need a little bit more. So I've rather than say 1.75 or something, you just go, right, it's
a couple of metres, yeah.
You're always going to need it.
H250 is my current favourite.
Yeah.
If you love it.
Yeah.
H250. It's on the
Works,
website.
absolutely.
And then a metre of wadding.
Yeah.
Quilt wadding.
Yeah.
This could be a time when you look at your quilting scraps and use those.
Well, absolutely, yeah, because there's nothing stopping you putting bits together as well, because you could zigzag between them. Because you're not going to kind of feel it within there. It's all going to be part of the bag, isn't it?
Exactly. And then you've also got a metre of Decaville light.
Yeah.
Or a structured material of your choice.
Yeah, so you could use Bosal.
Yep.
You could use your Decaville, or you can just leave that out if you want to. If you really want to do something different, you could always put card inside, you know, the really heavy-duty card, and that'll do it as well. So there's options. I always think people have got their favourites. I'm not for Bosal. I'm more for Decaville, but you might
like the thin, non-padded.
Yeah, but I like the structure of it. I like it to look square. So, use whatever. So use it or not, it's your choice.
So I think if I was doing it, I would try it with Decaville. Sorry, with in our form, Bosal in our form, or Styleville.
Yeah, so
I'm obsessed with Styleville at the moment.
Yeah, but see, everybody's got their own preferences, haven't they? So I didn't want to impose mine on you. I said you could use whatever work.
Now the pattern is back in stock. It's sold out in the 9 o'clock show. Not surprised either. It's an absolute whopper of a pattern and a fantastic pattern too. Nearly half the stock's already gone of the restock. So if you want to get the pattern, this is an absolute, you know, just a fab pattern. We all need this in our pattern stash. You've got your hobby bag, you've got your inserts. May I just borrow the bag?
You can. I've not put all my stuff back in yet.
When I say
Got my
borrow,
pencils
I
and
mean
things.
keep. Thank you. So first of all, you've got those lovely over-the-shoulder straps. You've got pockets on the front and back. You've got to have external pockets.
You have to, absolutely. Yeah, my boarding passes are still in there.
Exactly. You've got your
But it shows I use it, doesn't it?
Exactly. Double zip. And this is, for me, one of the best bits, the most practical. But when that zip is fully open, the whole bag opens out flat. This makes it so practical.
Yeah,
This could be
absolutely.
an overnight bag for your clothes. This could be a knitting bag. Now, Liz asked earlier on, will Mackenzie fit in the hobby bag as a travel bag for him and his wardrobe? This is such a good question, Liz. These are the kind of questions we need to answer.
Macy said she'll be the guinea pig.
Oh, Macy's going to be the guinea pig. Thank
Yeah.
you, Macy. Might.
Kenzie's like, I'm not getting in a suitcase.
No, fair enough, fair enough. I may have to do a slight bit of contortion here with Mackenzie.
There you are, look. She's like, yeah.
Getting
yes.
snuggly. She's in. She's in.
She's in.
Yeah, she's in. So she's in.
Hang on.
And then we've
some
got
clothes.
small accessories, I feel, in here.
Here we go.
I feel clothing. Let's put a full wardrobe.
I wouldn't
Obviously,
trust
we're
her
gonna-
with my pencils.
No, we wouldn't. Oh, no.
Might be up the wall and all sorts.
Oh, she'd be drawing on everything. If it didn't move, it'd get drawn on, wouldn't it? Okay, so clothes in there.
Wardrobe for me, that.
A wardrobe for you. And then we're going to zip up. Don't put me back in the bag. You're going back in the
Now,
bag.
bearing in mind, there are pencils in with that as well, so there you are.
What do you think? What do you think?
Oh, yeah, can she
I think
breathe?
that. Let me out! Let me out! What was that? Let me out! Let me out!
I think the answer to your question is yes. Yes, it will fit in.
But I'm glad that we actually did it.
Woo!
She'd be like,
Yeah, she might ache
we
a bit.
go.
I mean, look at the size of the boots that she's got on as well.
I mean, in fairness, I probably would have taken the boots off beforehand, but yeah, she fits. Well, amazing. Thank you for indulging me and Liz. And there are the clothes. Brilliant, brilliant pattern, this. And then, of course, you've got your inserts. Look at these. These are so clever. You've got your inserts. Now you've got pockets. You've got zip pockets. You could put another one there, of course. You've got your pencils. This could be, you know, double pointed needles, crochet hooks, could be a rotary cutter, pair of scissors, or it could be makeup brushes and toiletries in here, or a shirt, clean shirt, underwear, pair of socks. This could be an overnight bag.
Yeah, so Dobby'd have gin in it, so.
Gin?
Dobby would, he's been for a sleepover with a friend and he took gin.
Was it Pauline Wheeler? Was she
Wasn't
the
Pauline
friend?
on that case.
Was she the friend? Yes, it was. Bet it was. We're going to have to take out the graphics. That is sure to sell out. Now, we sold out of the pattern to make Mackenzie and Macy.
We did, yes. Thank you.
But the good news, thank you, Dan. The good news is Mackenzie's back. All right.
Here he is.
Here he is. Oh, brilliant. Mackenzie or Macy. It's all about.
She's not coming back over there. You put her in a suitcase. She's like, no, I'm not going back over there.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. Doesn't bear thinking. It's so quirky and fun. So you've got the pattern here for Mackenzie/Macy, and you've also got the pattern for a pair of dungarees. Again, could be made patchwork, could be made from scraps of fabric, it could be a bit of chambray denim. You can make the gorgeous dungarees. You could also do shorts.
Absolutely,
Dungaree shorts, very cute. You also get the pattern for the shirt as well. This is a patchwork version, but you could do yours all in one fabric. If you do machine embroidery, oh my goodness, you could embroider a shirt.
You could. And, you know, you can cut the sleeves, so you can have short sleeves as well if you want to.
Could you take the sleeves right off and put tats on Mackenzie?
Yeah, you could have all sorts of things. It's yours, so it turns your character, and they all have their own sort of different ways and
their own personality. I think somebody should do like a punk rock Mackenzie and Macy.
Maybe we should. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Yeah. Or a sleeve, a tattooed sleeve, dungarees.
That's it. All getting our Sharpies out now and tangling down the sleeves.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Kind of Shoreditch version.
Yeah.
Bit of a vibe.
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely brilliant. But you get the pattern for Mackenzie/Macy and the dungarees and the shirt. Absolutely phenomenal for $15.99. Now, we've managed to get the patterns back in stock. They are flying out. If you want to get the pattern for Mackenzie, Macy, and the basic outfits, dungarees and shirt, here's your item number. It's AV1294, $15.99. And again, you've got full-size paper pattern pieces in there. He's jointed. So you can use toy joints, but you could use buttons as well for that.
You could, yeah. And on the pattern as well, you know, sometimes when you've obviously got to do 2 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of legs. Now, sometimes I find that really frustrating because you've got to cut one of the arms out and then you think, I've got to unpin it and put the pattern on and do another. Not with this one. You've got 2 patterns for the arms and 2 patterns for the legs.
Oh, you've got a right and a left?
Yeah, you've got a right and a left. Same for a couple of, I think, the feet and that kind of thing. So I've given you extra pattern pieces. It just makes it easy for laying it out, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And for the sake of printing a little bit more paper, it's doable.
That's great.
So got it.
Just get him round the right way, won't you now? Don't go giving him 2 left feet.
No.
I can't dance.
I know.
I can't dance.
I think it does say something about that in the...
Oh, does it?
And I think actually stitching the head on in the instructions, it does say, don't worry, he was not harmed, he didn't feel a thing. So it's all about that character building as you start.
I love that. I love that. It's absolutely brilliant. And of course, as well, you know, we'll sit on the shelf and be your sewing mascot. It's just great fun. And if you need a little something to cheer you up, I do find sewing dolls and bears.
They're just so much fun. They start to come to life when you immediately put their eyes in.
Yeah.
And you decide which way their ears are going to go. See, there you can see Mackenzie's are upright, whereas Macy's are sort of more curved. It's lovely. You can shorten the nose, you can shorten the ears.
Yeah, for sure. Now, little Mo, as I'm going to call her, has just messaged in. to say, I've just found clothes patterns that'll fit me, especially the dungaree.
Oh!
Little Mo. I think with just a little bit of adaptation.
Yeah, they're so
you're
cute.
on.
They're
They're
so
super
cute, aren't
cute.
they? Yeah.
Super cute. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, Sandra, thank you so much for today.
Oh, it's been fun, hasn't it?
You've absolutely brought the sunshine today in
thank
so
you.
many ways.
Yeah.
And thank you for all your lovely demos as well.
You're welcome.
It's been brilliant. I'm just going to get Mackenzie dressed again. Now, after the break, I was talking about embroidery. I've got the fabulous Disney Brother embroidery machine in the next hour. I've also got the FS250, which is one of our hero machines here, and the amazing NV1100, all from Brother. So stick around. Let me give you a deep dive after the break.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside. So your ironing looks really crisp.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, What they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come back. The entire break I've had to endure Hannah singing in my ear, songs I know well but barely recognised. Anyway, this hour we have got 3 amazing brother machines and, you know, really, really fantastic deals on these machines. Now, we don't often talk about what fantastic value we offer here at Sewing Street. We don't have a massive range of sewing machines or embroidery machines, but what we do have, we have the best value, the best bundles, the best prices I think that you can find. It's like being at a show and show prices every day. So let's dive in. We're going to start with an embroidery only machine. Now, we used to, and I'm talking a couple of years ago, used to have a brother machine with Disney embroidery. And I remember the very sad day, frankly. We were sad, you were sad, when it was discontinued. And we didn't think we would ever get an embroidery machine back in with Disney. We all thought that was it for good. We are all thrilled to finally have got a beautiful brother embroidery machine with 50 Disney designs preloaded. I'm right, aren't I? It's 50 designs. Or is it 35? I think it's 50. We'll find it anyway. Oh, 65. 65 Disney designs. Now, they're already preloaded. 65 Disney designs. Now, you've also then got 200 more generic designs. You know, we've got cupcakes, we've got fonts, we've got frames, we've got seasonal, Christmas, we've got juvenile, baby, florals, all sorts of designs. So 265 with these 65 Disney designs, all preloaded. You've also got Wi-Fi connectivity, which means that you can go straight from your tablet, your app, your phone, your computer, straight to the machine wirelessly. You've also got USB port here. So if you like things on memory sticks, or you've got some memory sticks with brother compatible designs on them, then you're in business, my goodness me. Okay, so you've got that. So that means that you can literally put thousands and thousands of embroidery designs through this machine. Now, you know, before we go any further, we need to talk about price. Now, our price at the moment, £1,099. I want to go straight to Brothers website and do a direct comparison. Same machine, Innovis M340 Disney embroidery machine. This is the exact same machine and the exact same price. So I'm not quite sure why we're doing the price comparison. I was thinking, oh. Now that is something you can say in my ear. That's fabulous, isn't it? £649. Now, that is, do the maths for me, is that £450? £450 off the RRP. £450 off. Amazing, amazing price. Now, it's embroidery only. You've got your hoop. Now, your hoop is a 4-inch or 10-centimetre hoop. And the designs you can do are absolutely amazing. I'm going to show you some of the Disney designs that you've got in there. Okay. You've also got some really clever frames that you can put these designs into. So, of course, you've got classic Minnie Mouse, Mickey Mouse. You've got Donald Duck. You've got Winnie the Pooh, gorgeous. You've got Disney princesses. I love those silhouettes. You've got some Frozen. You've got Frozen there. You've also got Alice in Wonderland. You've got Toy Story. You've got Cars. You've got a bit of Finding Nemo. You've got a bit of Toy Story. A bit of Peter Pan as well over here, Tinkerbell. Now, don't forget that with all Disney designs, you can make for your own use. You can make to gift as many as you like for yourself and for gifting. The only caveat with Disney designs, and it's not just Disney, it's any licensed design. So it could be Marvel, it could be it could be a pop band's logo. So any of these things that are licensed, none of them are you able to make and sell, whether it's charity or profit. But make and gift, make for your own personal use as many as you like. Now, the other 200 designs on here, these you totally can make and sell for pleasure, for profit. Now, actually, truth is, one of the things that you can do to products to make them their saleability rocket is to personalise them. It's just to put a name on or a date or both. Baby's first Christmas. There's 11 built-in fonts on your machine, but don't forget there are hundreds, if not probably thousands of fonts. And a lot of them actually are free. They're free to download. All you need to do when you go onto any kind of website and look for free Brother embroidery designs, PES. They're PES files. That's the language that Brother embroidery machines speak. Now, I'm going to stick my neck out and say, with very few exceptions, all embroidery designers include all major languages in their downloadable files. So basically, it's very unlikely that you're going to see an embroidery machine design that won't be available in PES format. Also remember to look and make sure that the embroidery can be done at a size to fit within a 4-inch hoop. That's your hoop size. But of course, with things like fonts, each letter can fit in. I mean, imagine that, the size of the banner, the bunting, the dressing gown, the towels that you could do when each of your letters could be this size. Yeah? There's so many cute designs out there. You can also do things like applique in the hoop. There are lots and lots of designs where you applique and embroider in the hoop. There are quite a few AccuQuilt dies that come with free embroidery files that are also compatible with your Brother. There are just a world of possibilities out there. Now, if you're brand new to machine embroidery, you're probably going to ask the same sort of questions that I asked myself last year, which is, do I need to learn a whole new threading path for my upper thread? It is exactly the same as basically all sewing machines, and certainly all brother sewing machines. No new skills to learn there. The threading path is the same. Same with the bobbin, exactly the same bobbin winding system, and exactly the same top loading bobbin with a clear window, same as your sewing machine. It is exactly the same as the Brother FS250 in terms of the threading. You've even got that automatic needle threader to make your colour changes. Piece of cake. Now, you're going to use Brother bobbins for this machine. So, it doesn't matter if you've got loads of bobbins for your Brother sewing machine, perfect. If you haven't, you get some. We've got some on the show. Also, needles. This was the other question I asked. Do I need to buy special needles? So, you can use, of course you can use embroidery needles, and you can buy machine embroidery needles for sewing machines. They will also fit in your Brother embroidery machine, and you're going to use those if you're using something like a metallic thread, holographic, glitter threads, any of those like speciality threads that might shred. They have a deeper scarf and a larger eye that just protects the thread. Okay, but for the majority of machine embroidery, you can use sharps, you can use a denim needle. For example, if you're machine embroidering on denim, I would go with a denim needle. You can use a quilting needle, you can use a universal. So all of these things are possible, they'll all fit. So similar, and yet it does do an amazingly different job to your sewing machine, which is to create these incredible embroideries. I'm going to grab the manual, just show you a few more of the embroideries. You get so much to play with. What I would say is that I resisted embroidery machines for years, and I did. I only got my first embroidery machine last year, and that was really being here and seeing them. I thought, I feel like I'm missing out. And indeed I was missing out because, you know, I mean, look at some of these designs. And these are the ones that you get included, 200 designs. You know, these wonderful floral elements that you can add to jackets, to I mean, imagine something like this on the flap of a bag. Just totally transforms it in a matter of minutes, 5 minutes to embroider that. Could be on a pocket, a lapel, a collar. Things like this on napkins. Can you imagine if you're going for a wedding or birthday or Easter, and being able to embellish things like napkins. This machine is all embroidery, which means you can set this machine going. You don't have to sit there with your foot on a pedal. This was another question I had. Do I have to just sit there with my foot on a pedal for 20 minutes and watch the machine? Well, they are fascinating to watch. You'll want to. Get yourself a cup of tea and a bicky. But you don't have to. So literally, it doesn't come with a foot pedal because you press a start button and then you just leave it to go. If your bobbin thread or your top thread runs out, it will beep. It will stop and it will beep. And you can go back a few stitches or 20 or 100 stitches if you need to. You can set it up and start it up again. Okay, so that's easy peasy. Another question I asked when I was getting my embroidery machine, or one of the things that held me back actually, was, but what happens if I'm halfway through a design and the power goes off? There's a power cut, I accidentally turn the switch off. I mean, it happens. Or what if I'm at a friend's doing some embroidery and then it's time to go home? Yeah? Well, with your Brother machine, literally you can just switch it off. And when you plug it back in, it could be an hour later, it could be 3 weeks later. When you plug it back in and turn the machine back on again, it comes up on the screen. Do you want to start where you left off? And it will literally start. So if it's still threaded up with the colour that you were last using, you can just press yes, and away you go. It's as simple as that. You don't have to start reprogramming. You don't have to go back any stitches. You could literally just say yes, and it will start stitching from the exact point that it left off. How easy is that? Give it a try. Give it a try. I mean, I think you've nothing to lose. You've only things to gain. Some wonderful seasonal designs here. Spring, summer. I love the string of flip-flops. That's really fun. You've got autumny, you've got Halloween, you've got Christmas. And these give you a hint at what's out there for free, for a few pence or a few pounds. Now, while I'm flicking through and we're having a look at these designs, love that, that's cute. You can also, and I highly recommend that you download the Artspira app. Now, it's a free app from Brother that you can download from anywhere that you get apps from, you can download it. It's a free app. And every month they download, in fact, every week, I think, they download a new free pattern. And they do this every week or every month. So you can build up your library of free patterns. And they also have projects that are worked through from start to finish. So it might be embellishing a pair of jeans where you've actually got the whole techniques, where to unpick your jeans, how to hoop it, where to embroider. You get the embroidery design as well. And it works you through the whole thing. So if you're brand new to this and you're thinking, I need somebody next to me taking me through a project, you've got the Artspira app for free. Now, there's also a paid-for platform where you pay monthly. Now, that is really worth considering because you get access to like hundreds, I think it might even be into the thousands now, of free design, and they are amazing. Now, I say free, obviously you're paying a monthly fee for that, but when you have a look and consider what you get, if you get into your embroidery, it's well worth thinking about. You can also do things like import children's drawings, your drawings, logos, badges from sports teams, things like that, and then embroider them on your machine as well. So, I mean, the possibilities are vast, absolutely vast. But if you don't want any of that shenanigans, you just want the machine, you've got 65 Disney designs to play with to your heart's content. You have got 200 copyright-free, royalty-free, unlicensed designs in here that you can stitch out. You've got 7 fonts. 11 fonts? 11 fonts. 11, I knew it rhymed with 7. You've got 11 fonts. Again, upper and lower case, but literally thousands more out there. Now, Hayley from Kent says, I didn't use my Brother embroidery machine for months while I moved. I plugged it back in to do something and it asked me if I wanted to resume. Brilliant. Yeah, that's it, Hayley. It doesn't matter. If the last thing you were doing, if you didn't finish it, it will ask, do you want to resume? It's as simple as that. It really is very, very clever. This is the joy of modern machines. They just... Where once you had to have lots of skills, now you do not need those skills. The machines are streamlined so that they are so easy. You can leave that to personalise. You could be sitting next to it on your sewing machine, doing patchwork. You could be piecing a bag. It could be the last bit of embroidery that you're now, working into your latest design. You can also quilt your quilts using your embroidery machine. So where normally when we're embroidering, we're going to hoop up stabilizer and fabric, equally, you've got these screws here that open up to create more space, and you can hoop your top, your wadding and your backing into this, and you can quilt a block or the center patch, and you can add motifs, maybe combine that with regular quilting using your walking foot, and you can combine the two. So in that case, I would do my walking foot quilting first, stabilize all the quilt, leave my open spaces where I want to put my designs, then hoop that area and quilt it on your machine. You could even use Disney designs to add quilting. Loads of things. We had a question earlier on about what kind of threads do I use. What kind of threads do I use? Well, first and foremost, quality. So Deborah from Kent says, what threads should I use, please? Thank you. It's a good question. So good quality threads, first and foremost, good quality threads. You can get cheap embroidery threads. The embroidery looks lovely. They do create a lot of fluff, and that can be damaging to your machine. So that's, you know, if you do use those cheaper threads, and I have used them actually, and they stitch out really nicely. You just have to be really, really meticulous about cleaning your machine. Don't blow to get rid of things. Suck. Use your vacuum cleaner with the fine nozzle, or you can put something like a bit of, stocking or type over the end and just use that to suck away bits of dust and lint. But Brother do embroidery threads. You can get Madeira embroidery thread, just nice quality, just nice quality threads. But you can also use like trilobal polyester. So for quilting, I used a lot of trilobal polyester, like Glide, and that's really economical, very low lint thread. You can use metallics, you can use holographics. So you imagine doing things like a quilt label and use glow-in-the-dark thread so that part of your label is only revealed when the lights go down. Above all, experiment. Experiment. Use thread that give you the result you want. Such an exciting extension of our craft and something a bit different. I'm going to leave the embroidery machine for a moment. If it's in your basket, remember it's not yours till you check out, and that price that's crashed to £649 actually will go back up to £1,099 at midnight tonight. So even though when we come to air with this machine, we're going to do it at £649, the rest of the time it's at £1,099. So just bear that in mind. Tomorrow the price will be up. Okay. Now, let's talk. Okay, FS250. Hannah needed a good think about that. Now, you know me, I could spend 5 hours talking about the Brother FS250 and have. This is just my opinion, okay? I think this machine offers the best value, the biggest, well, it does, actually. It's not just my opinion, it's a fact. If you look at it stitch for stitch, foot for foot, accessory for accessory, and pound for pound, this is, by quite a long way, the best value machine that we have on Sewing Street, because you've got 250 stitches, okay? 250 stitches. You've got 3 uppercase alphabets, okay, here, numbers, punctuation, European accented letters as well. You've got a 50-step memory, so you can combine and recombine letters, numbers, but also embroidery stitches as well to create unique combinations. Very easy to use as well. You've got a fabulous, regular sized, it's about a 6-inch throat space there. So good sized throat space for embroidering, quilting, free motion. And then the foot package really takes this machine into incredible territory. But I'm going to tell you the price next, because the price is really important. £799, that's not even how much it costs on the Brothers website. Okay, on Brothers website, this machine is £849. So our price is better than half price when you compare it directly with Brother, £399. Now, let me show you the feet that you get. So you get an amazing foot package with this machine. So to start with, you get all your regular feet that you'd expect. Your J foot or your zigzag foot is already on the machine. You'll use that for the majority of utility stitching. Okay. You also get the N foot. That is your open-toed embroidery foot. Now, don't confuse this with a darning foot. You're going to use this for those kind of decorative stitches and your alphabet, your numbers. It's open-toed so that you can see where you're going, to keep your embroideries in line, straight, level with the seam, whatever you want to do. It's also brilliant for foundation paper piecing. Now, you also get a blind hem foot. Okay, you get your blind hem foot for creating gorgeous turn-ups on garments and home decor. You get an overcasting foot, so you can zigzag or overcast the edge of stretchy or dressmaking fabrics, and you get a lovely neat finish, no rolling or wrinkling of your seam allowances. You get a zipper foot, standard zipper foot. You can position the needle to the right or the left, so you can do lovely zips with that. Then you get a buttonhole foot. Now you've got 8 automatic one-step buttonholes on your FS250. And this one, you've actually got a slider in the back. So you put your button in there, squeeze it until it's gripping the button, and then this actually tells your machine how big to make the buttonhole. It's genius. All this for £399, it's wild. And then you also get a button fitting foot, and that's for sewing on buttons. That's not a standard foot on most machines. Even expensive machines don't have a button sewing foot. Now, we've got some extras in there, but I'll talk you through those next. So that's the basic foot package. But this machine is the Maker's Edition. And I actually worked with Brother to put the foot package together. They asked me, what feet should we include? And I was a bit cheeky, but I did it for you. This is what I asked for. I said, well, all makers need a walking foot. These are £40 a piece. Can we have one of those? They said yes. I said, almost everybody wants a free motion or darning foot. Can we, £17.49? Yes, you can. I said, the bag makers amongst us want a non-stick or Teflon foot for sewing things like faux leather, real leather, oilcloth, laminates. Yeah, that's about £15, £20 worth. They've thrown that in. And then I said, look, for dressmakers, the one foot I get asked for all the time is a concealed or invisible zipper foot. You never get that included. I asked, they said yes. So you get those. Now, those are the 4 feet I asked for to make it the Maker's Edition. Now, actually, something else happened. Something else happened. So you might remember this one's predecessor, which was the Fashion Edition. And as part of the extra foot package for that, it included a fully adjustable sliding zip and piping foot. Okay, keep that in mind. It also included a rolled hem foot for doing tiny little rolled hems on fine fabrics. Brother left them in the box by mistake. Not in one of the boxes, in all of the boxes. And they've actually turned around and said, you know what? We'll just leave them in. So you get those 2 feet as well. So you get 6 extra feet on top of the regular package. Now, if that doesn't turn your head this way and that, I don't know what will. I think it's amazing. I always used to say, you know, with the old, oh, you know, you'll need to buy a walking foot, you'll need to buy a darning foot, you'll probably want to buy a concealed zipper foot if you're a dressmaker. I literally think you don't need to buy anything extra. You also get a 3-year warranty on this, that's just showing off, and split pays. Now, your split pay on this is £133 to get it home. £133 to get it home. You get an extension table. That's an extra £50 for an extension table. I'm sure none of these things have been added into the price. They can't have been. Not for £399. You also get a hard cover for this, a hard case. It's phenomenal value. It's phenomenal value. Now, if you compare this like for like with another machine at around £400, do a direct comparison. Number of stitches, number of feet. And if it doesn't come with a walking foot and a darning foot You don't need a 1/4 inch patchwork foot for this machine, by the way. I'm just going to cover that while we're here. You do not need a 1/4 inch foot because the standard foot with stitch number 46 is a 1/4 inch. It's set up. You've got specific stitches for patchwork and quilting. You've got a 1/4 inch stitch lined up to the left, a 1/4 inch stitch lined up to the right. That's so important if you want to outline quilt, that you've got a 1/4 inch on either side of the foot. Okay, it's all set up for you. Absolutely fabulous, fabulous value. It is, well, as I say, at its price range, we do not have anything to compare. It's just phenomenal. I'm going to give you just a moment to check out your baskets there. It is wonderful. Such a lot there. You've got all these different feet. And actually, a lot of them are standard, which is amazing. Things like the button sewing foot, amazing that you get that included. Your overcasting foot, again, amazing that you get that. I mean, don't forget you can buy a side cutter foot for this machine that effectively does the job of an overlocker. That's an extra £40. You can grow with it if that's what you need. It's got those overcasting stitches. To be fair, for most projects, I use my overcasting foot and the overcasting stitch on my machine. I don't get the overlocker out unless I'm really having a big old sesh. A nice question, I think. Hi Stuart, after 50 years of using a bog standard sewing machine, would I find this complicated to use? Also, does it come with an instruction manual? That's from Wendy. Oh, Wendy, bless your heart. So 50 years, is this of using like a mechanical sewing machine? I suspect it probably is. I don't want to shout, but I do want to shout. No, it will not confuse you. What I think has actually happened is that computerized sewing machines have made everyone's job 10 times easier. Because, for example, when you choose a stitch, you've got your little display here. It actually tells you which foot to put on your machine. Now, Wendy, I'm sure after 50 years of sewing, you've got all the skills, you know what the different feet look like. But for somebody who's a complete, and you'll recognise the feet, of course you will. But for people who don't, the letters are embossed on the feet. So it tells you foot N, you find foot N. And on it goes. I mean, that is so easy to use, isn't it? Excellent machine, says Sarah, with a great selection of feet and accessories included. And lovely to have a machine with nice alphabet stitches, 3 different fonts. A lady from Lincolnshire, a really good little machine, great value with the extra feet, quiet, and has a lot of qualities of a much more expensive sewing machine. Well, that's because you're buying the great brand of Brother. You've got Brother technology, Brother know-how. This isn't middle aisle of a supermarket. This is the great name of Brother. 3-year warranty, remember. Julie says, excellent machine, comes with a booklet. Yay, easy to use and such good value for money. I mean, the only thing I'm going to say, Julie, not a booklet, a book. It is a thick manual. And I think when Wendy's question was, you know, does it come with it or do I have to download it? You absolutely get the manual included. But what is also good to know is, if you're ever in the market for another machine and you're interested, go online, because all of the companies do downloadable versions of the manual, which anybody can download, that will tell you the specifications, the feet and how to use them, so you can get a flavour for the machine before you buy it. Brilliant machine, so reliable and easy to use. These are all FIFO reviews and fabulous. Jane says, I'm enjoying learning to use this machine. Yeah, it is. Fab machine. And the best thing of all is, Wendy, anybody, that whatever level of sewing you're at, you'll grow with this machine, because you may never have had a machine that had decorative stitches before, or alphabets before, or a walking foot before. Great little machine, does everything as good as a larger machine, and great for transportation. Highly recommend. That's Carol in West Lothian. Yes, and you know, this could be your only machine. Don't think of this as being a second machine. You've got a 6-inch throat space. The thing is, most of us, up until a few years ago, we didn't have access to machines that were any bigger than this throat space, either because of price or availability. So this is a standard-sized sewing machine, and one that our grandmothers and great-grandmothers, I'm sure, would have given their eye teeth for. Purchased for my niece, who's just started college doing theatre and costumes. She is still getting to grips with it, but loves it so far. Fab. That's fab, that's fab. The thing is with the machine, straight out the box, it is easy to use. There's a quick start guide for threading it, doing the bobbin, very, very easy. The thing is, as you gain more experience, or just decide that you want to do something different, you've got 8 different buttonholes to play with. You've got all those decorative stitches, you've got alphabets, all of those feet. So you might be a quilter now who thinks, Stuart, never going to put a zip in. But I'm certain that at some point in the future, you might be doing a quilted cushion and want to put a zip on the back. You haven't got enough fabric to do an envelope back. So you think, well, zip's not that difficult. Oh, I've got my zipper foot. I've got a fully adjustable piping foot. So now I can do piping around the edge of my foot. And I want to do a little label on the back, so I can use the alphabet to do that. Deborah's asked a question, does the machine have a foot pedal to work it? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So I don't have the foot pedal here. You've got your start-stop button, so you can do pedal free if that's your thing, but you've also got a foot pedal as well. And the speed controller, so you can use this to control the speed, whether you're using start-stop or the pedal. I like to use it with the pedal because if you're a bit sort of heavy-footed like me, and I tend to always sew really fast. But if you want to do some sort of fine, precise sewing, set your stitch. This acts as a limiter. So if you've got this on, say, halfway, that it will only do medium speed, even if your foot is flat to the floor. So that's really good. You're going to ask a question. Oh, needle threader. Yes. Yes, and actually, this has got one of the easiest and most reliable needle threaders known to me, certainly, known to this man. It is such an easy needle threader to work and reliable. Some of the more complicated ones I don't always get on with, but the brother one is just very, very simple to work. This little bar here, I'm just going to pull this down. This bit, this isn't your needle threader. You use this when you're doing buttonholes. Basically, this tells the machine that you're doing a buttonhole. In fact, I'll just get the buttonhole foot out for a second. I'll just quickly show you. So when you change your feet, most of your feet are going to change like this. You see a little black button at the back. Okay, you have snap-on feet basically. That little black button, if you press that, the foot just drops off. So no screwdriver to worry about for changing your feet for the vast majority of the time. And then when you come to put it back on, there's a little bar, you might just be able to see on there, and you put that underneath and you just clip. And I always just lift my foot up and down just to make sure it's fully attached. So I'll drop that off and I'm just going to put the buttonhole foot on. It's got that bar again, so you just clip it to, and I just lift it up and down, and that's on. And what you do with this bar is you pull this down, and it sits, can you see, just behind, and this is what measures out all 4 sides of your buttonhole. So you may not have updated your sewing machine in a good while, and you may have a 4-step buttonhole. So this is a buttonhole, and on the front of your machine, you'll see the side, the bottom bar tack, the other side, and the top bar tack. And you have to stitch those in 4 different separate stages. This is 1-step buttonholing. So this, you literally measure out the size of your buttonhole with the slider at the back, choose one of 8 buttonholes, and either press the start button or put your foot on the pedal, and it will sew the entire buttonhole for you in one easy step, start to finish. And then when you come to sew the next buttonhole, which on a shirt, for example, you might be doing 7 or 9, and they all need to be the same size, your machine will do them all at exactly the same size. It's that kind of finish that you normally have to pay a lot more for a much more high-end sewing machine. You've got all of that. That is one thing that this machine does brilliantly. One of hundreds and hundreds of amazing things it does. Really, really worth getting home and putting through its paces. Get it home, put it through its paces, find your way around the machine. Even at its most basic level, if you only used the straight stitch, the zigzag, the 1/4 of an inch, maybe an overcasting stitch, it is worth every single penny. And to get a walking foot, a darning foot, a non-stick foot, an adjustable zipper foot, just incredible. How good is the lighting on the machine? That's Angela in Suffolk. So you've got LED lighting to light up your sewing area. I mean, the thing is, Angela, you can pay an absolute fortune for sewing machines that have a light that comes here and a light that's down there and various extra lighting. This is good lighting of your sewing area. Would I rely on that for sewing in the dark? No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No, but I mean, some people do, and they want to have like all the lights off and just have that light on. Now, I would say if it's a slightly dingy day, you're not going to have to put your lights on in your room. That sewing light is going to be enough. But if it was in the evening, I would have a main light on as well. But that's going to add extra brightness and illumination. And the other good thing is that it's LED lighting, so there's no associated heat with that lighting either. And those bulbs are incredibly long lasting. But if you find that you do need extra heating, don't forget we have a range of lighting systems here where you can clip an extra light on, direct it exactly where you want. If I was given the choice of having extra lighting on my machine or a light that I can put where I want it, I would always choose the lighting where I wanted it. Oh, Rebecca Harrison's got in touch. Hello, my darling. We must do lunch. She says, hello, gorgeous Stuart. I have this brother machine. I love it. Now, I've said many times, Rebecca Harrison is an absolute industry legend, and for her to say that she's got the machine and loves it is a huge endorsement, I think, on this machine. Great respect, great respect. It is fab. And of course, yes, you can remove the accessory box. You have a free arm for doing things like dressmaking, bag making. You also have the easy drop your feed dogs. Feed dogs drop down. And then when you push the feed dogs back up, they don't come up until you take your first stitch, and then they rise straight back up again. Now, just need to remind you that at the moment your price is better than half price. If you look on the Brother website, this very machine is £849. Our regular price is £799, and if you wait till midnight tonight, that's the price you would pay. If you buy this tomorrow, £799. Our regular on-air price is £399, okay? We're always going to have this at that price on air. But how often do we have it on air? And if you decide next week that you want this machine, if it's not on air, it'll be £799. So I don't want you to pay that. I want you to pay £399. It's absolutely worth £799. But I want you to get it for £399. Remember, your split pay is only £133 today. One of three. 0 interest, no credit checks, and no forms to fill in. And for me, actually, the filling in the form would be the thing I'd be like, nope, nope. The minute someone says to me there's a form to fill in, especially online, I am out the door. There's none of that. There is none of that, okay? It is literally a box you tick and you've got split pay. £133. Just gorgeous. Lots and lots in baskets. Now, one thing I would recommend, you get, now is it 3 or 4 bobbins? It's 3 or 4. Listen, it could be 8, and I would still be saying it's not 8. It's 3 or 4. But even if it was 8, I'd still be saying to you, get a pack of brother bobbins while you are checking out your basket. Yeah, you get 3 with the machine. You get 3. Thank you, Hannah. I would still recommend that you buy a pack of extra bobbins for all sorts of reasons. One is I lose bobbins. You won't lose these as easily because they have a cover on them that clips together. And if you keep them clipped together, it's harder to lose one big thing, I think, than lots of little things rattling around. You know what I mean? Also, these little covers, when you put them on, they stop the thread unravelling while it's in your sewing box or in your bag, which I think is brill. Also, what you don't want to do, and this is all sewing machines, all bobbins, you don't want to have half a bobbin of black thread and then wind white on top of it. Or you've got a little bit of red left, so you wind some lilac on because you're doing lilac sewing. You really don't want to do that because it can really tangle up in your machine when it ends from one bobbin through to the next. It can tangle up, it can make a mess. What you want to do is thread a fresh bobbin with the colour that you're going to use. And even if you do lots of sewing using cream or white or grey or something like that, maybe you're a patchworker like me, wind 6 or 8 of these in the colour that you use all the time. Have them ever ready. And then when you want to do some sewing, you haven't even got to wind a bobbin. And for £10.99. Last point on these is that all brands of sewing machine require their own brand of bobbin. So brother bobbins for brother machines. Don't buy these if you've got an Elna or a Janome. You need Elna/Janome bobbins. They're the same, either brand, they're the same, but they're not the same as brother. So get yourself some bobbins, I would. Now, remember, if there are any questions, you've got a couple of minutes left to get your questions in. If something's holding you back or you want to know the answer, ask me. I know this machine inside out because it's a fab machine. You've got a 6-inch throat space. You've got an amazing package of feet. You do not have to buy a walking foot, darning foot, non-stick foot, zipper foot, blind hemmer, buttonhole foot, they're all included. You get an extension table, you get a hard case. Julie says, good afternoon, Mr. Hillard. Oh, I say, very posh. Julie, looking gorgeous today. Love my brother machine. Oh, Jules, thank you. That's very kind. I had to put my glasses on as a last-minute substitution. We've had a question about the alphabet. Can you enlarge the alphabet? No. The alphabet's one size. It's 7 mil wide. It's one. You get 3 alphabets, upper and lower case. Oh, wait a minute. No, uppercase only. In 3 different. So you get a solid. You get a cursive, and you get an outline. Amazing. Yvonne says, I use the leftover bits of thread on the bobbin for basting, no waste. Yes, it's a great tip. And of course, as well, we only end up pulling those threads off because we haven't got enough bobbins. If we'd got enough bobbins, you can leave it on, and the next time you do a bit of piecing, your bobbin's there ready. I urge you to check out your baskets on this. You won't regret it. All right, let's do the menu for tomorrow. It's me again. At 8 a.m, we've got oh, hello, this is worth getting up for. £10 designer fabric bundles, if you please. It's always worth getting up, but I mean, that makes it extra special. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Beiger tablecloth kits with Helen McCook. Amazing. At 10 o'clock, we've got a free motion masterclass. Lesson 2, it's part 2 with Delphine Brooks. I was hoping she was going to do this. That's at 10. That's going to be a busy hour. At 11 o'clock, Helen McCook is back with the Oakwood Archer. I have no idea, but I'm excited. And then at 12 o'clock, we are quilting with Delphine Brooks. What a fabulous morning. Now, you don't need to go anywhere because my friends at Hobby Maker are coming up right after the break. Don't touch that dial. Have a gorgeous afternoon of crafting with Hobby Maker. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It's a date. Designer fabric bundles for £10. And, well, just take care of yourself for the rest of the day and I'll see you then. Don't forget to check out your baskets.